progress continues. This is nothing short of a ride, and thanks for joining in. You've seen us unlock the medevac portion. We've done well there. We've even gotten an S rating with the Chinook. Things are looking good. I've got the charter service VIP rolling, good to go, making great money there. We decided to get into a little bit of banner towing along the way, which turned into a really good time. In this example right here, what we're going to do is actually slow this down just a little bit. Watch what happens as we open up banner tow and come into the airport and just start to bring this thing down. We get a little bit of a call from ATC and the group that says,
"You hooked it. The banner's deploying." It was close.
and we've expected to see that banner moving in the background, but that soft body physics just wasn't working in that instance. Either way, what we've got is, along the way, the worst seat in the house. This poor woman dragged her face along the runway more than anybody I care to. I wouldn't put my worst enemy in that position. However, look at my pilot. He's also experiencing this from a completely different point of view. I dye the grass. We went ahead, we even got our Jet Airline Transport Pilot Ratings Certification exam completed. That opened up a couple of doors, so we decided to do some passenger transports via airlines. That went pretty well, which opened up some more things. We got a charter service VIP airliner, and we even unlocked aerial firefighting, which was an absolutely fantastic time. We did get the charter service VIP airliner going here, and that was a special mission, which is something that we really haven't seen too much of in the past outside of those missions where it's the top of the echelon for that group. From there, we wound up getting some weather in that mission, which was a really nice change of pace. We had to use an ILS approach. It was pretty amazing. Good times. From there, we went further into the water tankers, and we decided to do a little bit of aerial firefighting, and we had a great time while doing it. We got some S ratings along the way, and one thing I'm trying to do is maintain that S rating, because at this point, I have absolutely everything in this tree unlocked, rocked, and ready to go. The only two that we see here that aren't in green are power lift rating, which says this certification will be available in a future update, and that's the same case for the heavy airliner rating. Yet to be determined. This is all stuff that is just not available as of yet. More and more things are yet to be seen, and I am in for it. I'll tell you right now. There's nothing short of an incredible amount of things happening right now. So if I go back onto my headquarters, you can see that I have 18 certifications, I have 18 specializations, my companies has been unlocked, the missions are good to go, and I've got sons in both specializations and missions. If we go into specializations, you can see I've made quite a bit of progress on the fixed wing side of things, which I think is going to be extremely helpful in making money along the way, since I want to break up how I make this money. I want to do it with both fixed wing and rotorcraft. Rotorcraft is well taken care of at this point, and it has been a blast. I've seen quite a few people having success with rotorcraft in their airlines using this 125 to do missions off of the oil rigs, which is something that I have checked out. They don't take long, and they're pretty great. Probably something I might explore, but I dye the grass once again. I have not done anything with my companies other than purchase them. So I do have a VIP company. I have a cargo company and a search and rescue company, but none of them have aircraft as of yet. Here's the kind of thinking that I'm putting into this. When we go to buy these aircraft, the only option I have right now is used. Brand new and Marketplace aren't even available yet. I don't have high expectations for Marketplace just yet, but this gives me hope because I'll be able to use my Marketplace aircraft for this functionality. Let's take a really hard look at what we're seeing here and understand what is still to come with this simulator. If you are not excited, you might not want to watch because I am one of those people that is super excited about what is coming. In the used aircraft portion, we get a little bit of a sense of what this is going to cost. Now I have two options here. Cub Crafters X Cub for 20,410 credits, or the H125 for 101,360. Now, of course, being the Search and Rescue, it's the channel is about Search and Rescue. So the mission set here says I need to go for the rotorcraft. I certainly have the money. I have more than double the amount of money that it would cost for me to get this aircraft. But I'm not doing it yet. I do not want to dive down that road yet because I have a feeling that these brand new aircraft and these Marketplace aircraft become something that I just might want to wait for. In the meantime, what I've decided to do is just continue to make money. The same thing kind of applies for the fixed wing side of this. Now, up in the upper right-hand corner, you see the Beluga Airbus. But as we know from prior, that's not even available yet. Used aircraft, brand new, and Marketplace are still not available here. So I'm just going to leave this all well enough alone for now. I don't want anything to do with it. The only thing I want to do is earn money. And that's going to go for the VIP portion of this as well. All of these aircraft, even in the used Marketplace, become sort of limited. Even though I have the jet-rated certifications and all of that stuff, the ability to use those aircraft as a freelancer at this point aren't really there. So I've been going at this for a while now. I've gotten a lot of S ratings. I'm doing pretty well. And I'm just going to go ahead and leave it alone because at this point, during the mission sets, and I just finished one up here in the islands, turned out to be a really good mission. Had a great time doing that. But of course, that is the search and rescue diet that we are on. All of the missions, even the ones that are being generated out here, are now only related to search and rescue via fixed wing once again. The diet continues. I'm not mad about it because I know what's around the corner. And what's around the corner just happens to be somewhere outside of career mode. Like I said, we are expecting to see third-party aircraft from the Marketplace usable inside of career mode. That should be exciting just a little bit. So, of course, you know, I've got my H160 that I love so much. We're going to do a little bit of free flight here and kind of get a glimpse into, again, what we could do with third-party aircraft. Now, mind you, this HPG H160 is also an aircraft that was designed and is originally a third-party aircraft, but now Hype Performance Group, the designer, is actually a partner of Microsoft. So, what is going to happen to this aircraft now? Let's go ahead and get into a little bit of a free flight with an H160. And again, you know how I do. If you guys want to hop online with me, feel free. I'm on the West server. We're taking off from the airfield Kilo Romeo Victor Lima. This is the Mifflin County. We're not going to go in from the fuel box, but we'll go from parking ramp number 1 and just set this as a departure. Maybe after we change up the time a little bit so we don't come in to a super dark flight condition. Let's take a little bit of time to show you guys what we got going on. These settings, if you want to join along, are very important. You got to have the air traffic set to live and the all players should be selected, and we are on our way. If you also come up into the settings, you can go to the online And make sure that you are on the West USA server. And some other things matter. You're going to want that live weather on, and you're going to want the multiplayer on. Feel free to join along. I will be doing a mission, hopefully, quote unquote, hopefully, in the H160. We're going to save that. We're going to go back in here, all the way back to the menu, and we're going to load into Kilo Romeo Victor Lima Mifflin County. Let's go ahead and start a flight. Of course, if you guys have any questions about what I've done up to this point, any tips and tricks on how to get her done, or any questions you may have at all, feel free to chat that up. I am happy to help. I'm pretty good at multitasking. I will be able to answer those questions while flying, and we're going to dive into an H160 in the northeast of the United States for just a hot second. I think this should be a pretty good time. Now, I've said it 1,000 times with this helicopter, and hopefully I remember it. So what I'm going to do is just, as soon as I load into this aircraft, I'm going to put some gasoline into this thing. It is one of the little fixes I'd like to see taken care of rather quickly. But at the same time, this is by far my favorite helicopter to fly, and hopefully this is going to be available for missions in search and rescue and other mission sets within career mode. It's got an absolutely fantastic glass cockpit. I can turn off my co-pilot's EFB right down there. And we can kind of put these away into a little bit of a dimmer configuration. So we're not blowing out. They do show up with quite a bit of bloom on them. But let's dive right into the aircraft settings. The crew and payload. We're going to put a 50% load of fuel into it. I'm going to unload the passengers. I'm going to load a pilot in because there's something else here that I'd like to show you that I find quite interesting and unique to this helicopter. The controls are actually held onto by the pilot, and as I move the cyclic, the hand of the pilot moves in conjunction with that. Same thing with the feet. This is actually a very unique feature to the simulator. I don't know if you have any experience with the H160, but I think you'll recognize that there are very few aircraft where that sort of animation is being included. I like it. So once again, we're going to dive into our little fold-out iPad, and we're going to go into the maps and missions. I'm just going to click on the airport icon here at Mifflin, and we're going to see what happens. It tells me that we're at Mifflin County Airport. It gives me the coordinates. I can either open it up on my PC or choose passenger transport. It's going to automatically load a mission in, and it says waiting for PAX down below. I'm going to X out of this while they wait, and if I turn around now, I still don't have anybody in the helicopter, but let's go to the overhead panel and see what happens if I bring this into an idle configuration. And we see if packs load. Again, there's going to be some issues with this. However, in the EFB itself, or I should say iPad, we can come back down here and say that, oh, we need to select a destination. Select a destination helipad on the map. So if I zoom out of this just a little bit right now, what I'm looking for is the icon of a helipad. And let's go ahead and try to find one. I do see one here to our 7 o'clock. We click on that. It doesn't have a name listed, but it does say that we can accept the destination, or we can even choose a different one further up here. And again, York did say that we were supposed to be seeing these all, quote unquote, all helipads were supposed to be modeled in the simulator. We've seen this before in the Reunion Island, where some of these just show up in sort of a wireframe. Yeah, we were told. Let's see. Now, maybe this has something to do with being in a third-party aircraft. I don't know. I'm hoping it's not. but I have a feeling that it is, because I'm having more success with my career while I'm actually flying, while my community folder is absolutely empty. And while I have these third-party aircraft in the air, what I prefer to do is actually remove all of the files from my community folder before I take those flights. Bring up those landing gear. We're going to take our H160 for a low flying adventure with some passengers. Feel free to join in, ask me some questions if you need to. I think the path of the cargo transports with the H125 are going to be pretty good out there in the ocean. However, at the same time, if I just dive right in and get an H125 search and rescue chopper, those are making on average, I think, once you own the company, of about $60K per mission. It's not that bad of a take. How greedy can we be? It's a tough choice to make, but I'm not really sure which way I'm going to go about it. All I know is I am going to bide my time as best as I possibly can before purchasing an aircraft. Now that all of the missions are basically unlocked on the map, it's just a matter of wait and see when missions become available. One thing that I've sort of recognized is when your pilot rating is good and you're in that S environment, that is when I've noticed those plethora of search and rescue missions becoming available. Maybe once again it's a fluke, I don't know, but the point of this is to test it, see what's wrong with it, get as much information and feedback as we can in the hands of the people that know how to fix it, and get this thing on the path we all want it to be. I'm pretty hopeful. The sounds of this H160 are pretty great, both inside and outside of the chopper. Really dig this thing. It flies so well. Just super easy to hang on to, especially now that I've got those sensitivities where I need them, making sure that we're still on that flight path. Still got some landing lights on, and that's another thing that really has been a little bit fluky, is those button mappings. Even though I do have this aircraft in a preset right now that I've configured at least 3 times, I'm having to go back into the settings every once in a while to reconfigure my button mapping. It's good fun. Good fun. However, once you do have those key bindings right and you get all of those conflicts out of the way, what you can do in simulator is basically use sort of a template and then duplicate those settings between different aircraft, and the process becomes a little bit easier. The only part that is a little bit of a downside is the wait time between saving and reloading the preset configurations, because you want to be able to save a specific set of controls for each one of the 3 presets, and you also want to do that per throttle, collective, and keyboard. Sometimes even mouse, depending on the user, is something that you need to change on a consistent basis with it. Just something to keep in mind. difference of the sound between inside the aircraft and outside the aircraft is pretty spectacular. Glass cockpit is in absolutely fantastic condition. She's just a pleasure to fly. Even at 100 and almost 60 knots. There we go. Yeah, she's speeding right along. It's really easy to overspeed this aircraft because it feels a little bit more like an airplane once you get that forward flight started. It's really, really nice to fly. It's a cheers kind of moment because we're coming up on our destination. We're not too far away. Let's see if we can come out and do a little bit of road running while we're here. See what the traffic looks like. I've been diving a little bit further into the graphics and kind of pushing what I'm able to do in the streams. And I have included some road traffic. It's at a little bit of a lower setting, but it is there. It's a great time to see. You see that the FPS start to really kind of chug when I get a little bit lower down. And that's one of the reasons why I've kind of kept those off of the simulation. It's just a little bit more data than we actually need. And one of the issues that I've been having with this 160 is that when you go in and out of those menus, when you come back into the aircraft, it does just sit there in an oscillation that is nearly unrecoverable. Little tiny things here and there. But either way, what they are doing to the planet and the options that are in front of us are truly, truly exciting. We're going to finish one mission up here, and we're going to go hit some stuff up anywhere. It might be another search and rescue mission in the mountains. It could just be a fly-in wherever you choose. If you guys have the simulator and you want to fly along, if you want to suggest an airport that we could go to, a location you find intriguing, if you have an animal you want to look for, it doesn't really matter, just dive right in. If you got any questions about search and rescue missions, how to do tow-in landings and make sure that you can get those seemingly impossible missions behind you, feel free to chime right in. I am happy to help. I've got a little bit of a knack going right now in the H125 to do those tow-in landings. That is working out extremely well for me. Just can't get enough of it. It's just a good thing. That's such a good looking aircraft. Especially against this scenery in the background with all those atmospherics coming into play. All the reflection mapping up on the fuselage. The glasses on the pilots do look a little bit weird. But I can get over that. I can get over that real easy. The improvements between 2020 and 2024 are almost innumerable. You can't really put a number on how many things they've improved. And again, that's what this channel is all about, comparing 2020 to 24, which one's better, and by far, it is a hands-down winner, 2024. Getting a little bit closer to our drop zone. Our destination. If we come into our map over here in the center, looks like we're right around the Huntingdon area. Put some of these away, save some of that bandwidth, and streaming data for later. And again, there's something about the inside of a person. It looks a little great in this perspective. Let's see if we can come down here. So when I move my cyclic, you can actually see the pilot move the cyclic. I think that's a feature we should see in more of these aircraft, even when I go ahead and move my disappearing pilot. When I move my feet to the left or right, that's translated into the visualizations that you're seeing. I do enjoy the disappearing pilot. That part is great. Good stuff. I am living in a 2D world, so of course the ability to get in and out of these views is a little bit interesting sometimes, but I've grown accustomed to it. I think it would be a lot more difficult to do these streams in a VR environment. I'm a pretty animated individual, and my head tends to move around a little bit too much when I'm talking, so I think I might make some people sick. I will have to say that getting this jet transport exam out of the way is also something that I think is going to be extremely profitable as well. On top of that, so is the firefighting. Those missions turned out to be pretty easy. Not hard to get a hold of whatsoever. Relatively short missions, but of course not as short as the hook transport missions that we can do off of the oil rigs, which earn a pretty good sum of money. But it is an intriguing path to consider, because I want to be very, very careful about which aircraft I purchase first and for which airline. We've had some individuals say that they've had problems buying secondary aircraft. And I'm going to speculate that what's going on there is the amount of money in the bank might need to be enough to purchase not just the aircraft, but another airline to support that aircraft. Because that's what happens up in the front. Not sure if that's true, if that's been your experience and you're having a problem adding a second aircraft into your hangar for one airline. Do you have enough money to purchase that airline and aircraft all over again while you're trying to get that done? Or do you have just enough for only the aircraft? I think if you have enough for just one, it's not going to be enough for Microsoft. See, and here we go again. I'm not sure if this is coming through in the stream, but right now I have a gigantic web of wires sort of hanging off the ground in front of me, right over my pitot tube. And this is what they would consider to be a helipad. As you can see on my map down there up at the bottom, that this should be a helipad. We got our landing gear in the configuration we want them to be in. Maybe from this view you can see it a little bit better, but there's a lot of density of this wire frame over the top of the house, and we're having a really interesting experience with a helipad here. Simply just a wire frame. But we're going to come back into the aircraft here so we can see what happens in our fold-out as we touch down in the general area. So right now it does say land at the site and place the engines to idle, fly to the destination. So as we bring our chopper down, hopefully, a little bit of ground effect buffer going on right there, but we're going to bring it down pretty gently. Hopefully. Quite a bit of rocks on the ground right here. And we have positive contact. We're going to go ahead and put our parking brakes on. They are, but we're still floating backwards. Very, very interesting. So now what you see happening here is the mission is complete. We can submit the report. So that's their version of free flight missions up to this point. It's possible. You don't see any of the passengers get on board or anything like that just yet, but you could manually go into this little iPad right here and use your imagination and say that, okay, my aircraft has, 4 passengers on boards, and even they got some luggage on board back here that they might be able to put in if they open these up. Luggage isn't even an option. It's grayed out. But now if you turn around, you're going to go ahead and see that you do have the passengers in the aircraft, so you can use your imagination to get that kind of thing done in a free flight. But again, this woman's got questions. So do I. So when we're looking at the career mode, we have to keep in mind that an option for career mode, and this is important for the future, in your companies, when you have all companies selected and I want to go to manage a company, no matter what company you choose on, when you go to buy an aircraft, the option to use a aircraft from the marketplace becomes available. The power of our third-party developers right now is pretty extensive. And I'm excited about it because I have a feeling we're going to get much better aircraft out of third-party developers in the very near future. I am extremely tempted to make this purchase right now. I want you guys to vote. Should I, or should I keep going on the path of just earning money? I think the biggest question I have is, if I purchase this aircraft, what will be the volume of search and rescue missions that I could do with that aircraft? Because again, on the planet as it sits right now, no matter how many certifications or what my pilot level is, if I'm an S-rated pilot, if I have more money than this or not, the set of missions on the planet at this point is at a volume level of a consistent 0. Sometimes 3 a day, but once you finish those, they're gone. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. These missions here, in the Grand Caravan specifically, are pretty fantastic. Very, very easy money, but even easier money is the missions at the oil rigs. Doing the little hook transports from the boat or to the boat from the oil rig or back and forth, whatever it may be. Those are super, super fast and they make pretty good money. And there is a variant available to purchase for that mission set right now. And I'm also even just seeing those missions available. Because in our little hot zone up here, there is almost always, and I do mean almost, because once you do them, they kind of go away. So King Cobra Smiths, or King Cobra Stunts, you would get more money with your own aircraft than when those come out on the market. You will have more cash available to get it. I agree. So I believe it is honestly the best way to go about it is to wait until those options become available, because they're not going to be cheap. Do they consider your purchase of the aircraft the same in sim and in marketplace, right? Because when you're trying to do this and you're in your headquarters managing your airline, when you're buying a aircraft for your company, there's a cost, no matter what it is. Even if I go to my cargo and buy an aircraft, right? There's a credits cost. Will I have to purchase the aircraft twice? Because third-party aircraft, generally speaking, aren't free. So am I going to have to pay cash as well as credits? How is that going to play out? This is all stuff that I really just want to wait on. And I think in the meantime, it's just make money. I don't think there's really any way to really go about it, especially with the level of bugs that we're seeing in these missions. I know for a fact that since I have the cargo rating available here, once the update becomes available to do these heavy airliner rating missions, the amount of money that you could make with something like that with a base sim airline is going to be redonkulous. King Cobra stunts again. I've seen other streams that they have them available, so I wonder if you are forced to purchase used no matter what first, but not totally sure, right? Neither am I. Now, I haven't seen that either, though. That's an interesting thing to look into. I've seen other streams that they have them available, so I wonder if you are forced to purchase used no matter what first. I don't think so, to be honest, because I have seen in the past, this is my second time through the career mode, by the way. Not sure how long you've been following this channel, but I went dead broke in 3 days because of the insurance bug. Highly recommend staying out of that nonsense. They took nearly $1 million from me, so I've actually had to start my career mode all over again. Right? This is not my first time through. But in learning the lessons that I did the first time around, I really just want to make as much money as possible while these things get fixed. And opening up more and more of these has become actually kind of enjoyable. I had a little bit of fun doing the banner flight. You know, that was a good time. I haven't done any of the agricultural aviation. It looks like I'm pretty far away from even getting the opportunity to do that with the air tractor, because I still need to perform 13 more landings with an airplane on a soft runway or in the bush. All right, there's quite a few more things that actually need to be unlocked in the first place. Perform landings with an airplane on soft runways or bush. So is it going to count as both of these? See what I'm saying? Are those that similar where soft runway or bush landings are going to benefit both of these specializations? I believe it will, right? So I think by opening up more and more of these options and trying to do your best to keep your pilot rating at S along the way is the most important feature. Because when you are looking for some of these specializations, the list of aircraft kind of grows the more you expand the left side. And in the rotorcraft, we still don't see an aerial firefighting mission available. Even though we know from the pre-launch and all of the videos that we see, even when we load up the simulator, that the Ericsson has the hose hanging out of the bottom of it, right? So these are all things that we just know have to be coming. They have recorded video of the Sky Crane as a firefighting vehicle. Yet that option here hasn't even been made available. Right? Things to certainly pay attention to. But then it just becomes, what do you do in the meantime? Explore the planet, make a lot of money, or just have a good time, because who knows how long this is going to take. Now, the greatest thing about this is you can do a lot of things throughout these missions to kind of put some voodoo on it. You know, if it's missing ATC calls, do this up front. Stop talking to ATC. If you're in a longer flight, do not try to go into the ATC so they can follow your flight. Just follow the path that you're given and get there. Keep ATC out of it as much as you possibly can, and a lot of the bugs that were there kind of go away. Sean Nugent, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. What kind of questions you got, man? What you got? I've even found that, you know, just doing these sightseeing missions again, it's like, why not? You're going to go see a different part of the planet for a little bit. These longer missions, I will stay away from anything Pilatus at this point. Even though there's a pretty good amount of money to be made for these, if these missions are being flown in any Pilatus aircraft, I'm not in. Not a fan. I'll stay in the Grand Caravan just because it's a much more stable aircraft. You can use the autopilot within it for now. The VIP missions, same sort of thing. You know, the de Havilland, even though it's a flyable aircraft, I'll kind of avoid those missions with the de Havilland. Sean Newton plays a game called Plague Incorporated. All right, actually haven't heard of that one. There's another one with the de Havilland. Skydiving missions are even a little bit of fun, but they're super, super cheap. You get almost nothing for doing these. And then there's these super long flights. Even though this is in a de Havilland, you're talking about 10,000 credits. You're going to make a pretty good killing just as a freelancer doing these sort of missions. And again, this is a sign, of course, sort of thing you can do on the side. All right, so Keith Adams is saying, just a quick tip, is the new aircraft unlock only after you buy your first used aircraft? I've heard different reports. I've heard that your aircraft, your rating as a pilot also has something to do with that. It's not just one set of requirements that allows you to either buy the new or used. So everyone's kind of like not experiencing the exact same path for some reason. Again, just because it's bugged, everyone's kind of having their own experience with it. Because the first time I went through the career, I was able to buy a new aircraft, and you saw that its price was a hell of a lot more than a couple of $1 million. The banner tow flights, pretty cheap as well, but there's quite a few of them all over the planet. You know, there's just so many options of what you could be doing with the simulator while you're waiting to purchase the right aircraft for your specific set of airlines. And I think that these cargo missions over here are actually some of the easiest ones to do outside of the Chinook. I don't know if you guys have had much experience in the Chinook doing these missions, but it's actually pretty difficult. Really kind of a sloppy aircraft. But that's not the only place you could do a cargo mission either. Right? There's other cargo missions up here. This is in a de Havilland. Sure, I'm in a fixed wing, but they earn $4,000. All I know is I don't want to go into the freelancer mode yet. I just don't. Even though I have the money to buy at least a used aircraft. And some people have had some success by not getting the premium insurance and going with that lower grade insurance. I have questions about it. Because I have seen when you're in your companies looking for aircraft, the opportunities are available when you are at your S rating. All right, so my reputation level right now is at S, but the green bar for S isn't at the halfway point even. However, when you bring that S rating closer to the end of that dial, I believe more opportunities become available at that point. Because if you're coming in and out of these missions, you'll see that it says there's no special missions available at that point. Those missions are the ones that are the really gold tags around the country, planet. The big gold ones. And at some point or another, those become unavailable, like this right here, right? Okay, so even though I have all of the certifications and specializations unlocked to make this mission possible, my current status as a pilot isn't as good as it could be. So this mission isn't available. Because it says you need to complete all the specializations prerequisites first, right? Okay. Well, if I come into this and say that that is a fixed wing cargo mission, specializations, fixed wing, cargo transport light, cargo transport medium. This one still needs to perform one more cargo mission to get that done, right? So at that point, when I complete that mission, then that bigger gold tag will become available. And as long as I stay in an S rating, more and more of the smaller missions are generated on the planet. At least that's what I'm experiencing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing things. I don't know, but it's actually pretty consistent. There's only one more cargo mission to complete before this is done. I mean, we could do it in real time. So let's perform another cargo airplane mission. We'll go back. Our mission will be cargo airplane. Hopefully I don't have to do it in a de Havilland, but if I do, so what? We'll get it done, hopefully. The ones with the red dots means that there was an issue with the weather at the time of the mission. Let's see what else we got. Let's come around back into Australia. I like it down under. I'm a big fan of Australia. If you don't know who Brett Plays is, he does a lot of free flights around this area too. A lot of fun to join in with him for those. And as you can see, as I do those missions in this area, they go away. But they do regenerate after you complete most of them. It's interesting, Sean, that you're talking about having COVID, because right now my parents have COVID. Right before the holiday season, they are stuck at home with COVID. Hopefully everyone out there is going to enjoy a nice COVID-free holiday, except, yeah. Good old mom and dad will not this year, unfortunately. There's another cargo mission right here. What do we got? Oh, it's in the de Havilland. It's a 3-hour tour. Woo! However, I know what sim rate increase and sim rate decrease is. I've yet to see one of these missions actually take that long. I'm going to dive right in. 7,900 credits, 3 hours. And this is all in the name of unloading something new. Let these missions load in. Let this planet actually pre-cache for a little while. Do not hurry through these cutscenes. These are actually pretty important. Alright, because that digital map is the same both at this view and when we are down in our aircraft. It's all the same information being streamed into your computer, so let it take its time. Let it cache that information in. Get into your EFB if you can. Set some information if you need to. 27 is our arrival at Yankee November Hotel Lima. And we're departing from Yankee Mike Lima, runway 16. We're going to go with a registration of H0675. Flight number is 1 too many. And the call sign is going to be Search and Rescue Heli 2 for 1 because we're on sale today. Our block time should be somewhere around the, we'll call that 11. We'll call it 50. That's going to be in the PM according to the military time that, if you noticed, has also changed in these EFBs. That was showing a pretty consistent 24-hour clock there before. Now it's showing military time. Transponder we can set up to not squawk only, but squawk and altitude. We're going to go ahead and go back into that. Look at the map a little bit and see that we've got a long way to go. It's been such a long... Okay, I digress. I came across a video the other day of one of my idols. It's an interview with his son. If you don't know who the drummer is, from a band called Genesis, there's a new documentary about that man that I suggest you check out. It's a whole bunch of goodness. What an incredible man that is. Phil Collins, I'm just saying, okay? So for anybody who doesn't know, that's Phil Collins. I've been a drummer since I was 10. He's been one of those people that has been very inspirational into my drumming career, and it's just super fun to see him conducting an interview with his son, who is also, of course, a drummer, and revealing a lot of behind-the-curtains information about that gentleman's career and decision-making process along the way. It was a lot of fun to watch. But I can already tell, even though I have been in this aircraft more times than I care to admit, my controls are not mapped because it's saying press Shift C to enter the aircraft. And this is one of those things where you just kind of have to be like, one more time. Just one. You have to go into your controls. And this is the DHC2, so look at how long it takes the keyboard preset config to actually load in. Now, there is something up on the Microsoft forums about this already. I suggest you go there and vote on the bugs that annoy you the most. And this is the one that's killing me at this point, because the amount of time it takes to verify your control surfaces each time you use these aircrafts, even though I've already done these key bindings, is frustrating beyond recall. It's so ridiculous. It's like at this point, okay, I'm gonna run to the fridge, grab a little something to eat, and we should see that I have a DHC2 preset in here already. If I keep flipping through these, I have noticed on occasion, there we go. So that's the DHC. And then why doesn't it automatically revert back to those DHC controls since it's recognizing the aircraft? Here's my suggestion. And we're going to do this with one live. So it says specific DHC controls. I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to come back and actually name this just like the other. I'm going to DHC-2. So now that I have a specific set of controls saved to this aircraft, it should come back the next time I load into this aircraft, recognizing that there are a specific set of controls for this aircraft. Big quotes, it should. But again, load times. And you want to verify this on all of your control surfaces, not just one of them. So right now I'm looking through the keyboard set, and I've only verified one. I still got to go back in and verify the throttle. And as soon as I even click away from the keyboard and switch to throttle, you have to sit there and wait for this thing to go all the way through its loading process. Now I get that this is all being streamed, but this is one of the most important features of this system that we could possibly imagine. It's how you control your aircraft. So like I said earlier, you want to go onto those forums and vote for these sort of bugs. So these are the bugs that are getting the most attention, because this is obviously affecting both fixed wing and rotorcraft. This is one of the bugs that we need to be putting a lot of time into, because it's going to save every one of us quite a bit of time. See, and it's reverted to something completely different, even though it has DHC2 as a preset already in place. Oh, there we go. And again, I'm just going to see if it has a specific set of controls, and because it's on a different control surface, one's not there. So I will duplicate none, come back in one more time, and do the DHC2, and save it. Tips and tricks of the day. If you want your controls to be remembered as you come in and out of aircraft, setting up a specific version of these presets is pretty important. It's just time consuming. We'll come back into our cyclic. Oh, passed it up. And again, it's not going to have anything for specific on this DHC2 because I haven't done it yet. It's always good to get you guys an opportunity to see how these little issues are being fixed in the background in real time. So now that those are in there, I'm not going to wait for it. I'm just going to save it. I'm going to resume it. And then once I get on the ground and into the aircraft, we can see that we have my controls where they should be. Everything's where it is. If I move my control surfaces, everything's coming into play. I should be able to do everything I need to do. However, I've also noticed that quite a these things are still issues. So even though we've gone in there and verified that, there's a pretty good chance that some of my key bindings are not going to be what I have saved them to be in the past. Just be vigilant about it, have a little patience, and press on. So for these, I like to bring up a little bit of the ATC. We're going to leave it up and out of the way, like I said. If you can avoid ATC, do it. I like how they say that the skids have a good turbulence, but if we look in the back, it's empty. We're going to request a taxi. Release the old parking brake. Wait for the clearance. Having the patience through these while these ATC calls come in is pretty important.
7214 taxi to and hold short of runway 16 using taxiway Romeo Echo Quebec Echo Alpha Cross runway 27 Alpha Bravo. Contact tower on 120. Fife when ready.
I'm ready when you are. We're going to acknowledge it. We're going to wait for them to do that while I spool up the engine just slightly.
Runway 16 using taxiway Romeo Echo Quebec Echo Alpha Cross runway.
I'm going to wait for that to be called out.
241 Charlie Sierra Lima 7214.
I'm going to Alt-N, skip to the takeoff. Skip to Maluma, darling. Peace out. Let's get behind that aircraft one more time. Request takeoff clearance, and I am going to wait for that communication to end. See, I can already tell something is wrong because the camera on the outside of this aircraft is doing things on its own. So if I come in one more time to my settings, and I'm looking at the controller, and I'm looking at here, there are conflicts, but it's cockpit versus external, so those are two different systems. But what I'm going to do is come in and see if the sensitivities that I have in place have remained. Interestingly enough, they have. So we'll resume and see if the issue persists.
Charlie Sierra Lima 7214 QNH 1014 West departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16.
We'll acknowledge that.
Cleared for takeoff runway 16 SAR. Heli 241, Charlie, Sierra Lima 7214.
Let's do this. Sim rate increase. Sim rate increase.
Charlie Sierra Lima 7214 continue for west departure.
I am going to follow these boxes, not ATC. Coming back into real time, I'm going to acknowledge the handoff.
Melbourne Tower SAR Heli 241.
I'm going to open my
Charlie,
ATC communications.
Sierra Lima 7214 continue for west departure.
I am going to wait for that to say cancel IFR, because as you can see, I am not in IFR conditions. Sim rate increase 2 times. We're just going to fly through this in a quickness. We are going to use their flight path, but we're going to do it much faster than they want us to. The sim rate increase, sim rate decrease will save you so much nonsense. This gets a little bit ridiculous from inside the cockpit. From outside the cockpit, it's actually not all that bad. Here we go with more ATC communications. Frequency change is approved. We're going to acknowledge. And now we should be given the opportunity to do nothing or cancel IFR. I am not going to tune approach. I want to take ATC out of the equation. My mission step says fly to N Hill. That's where I'm going. But I'm going to do it with a sim rate increase the whole way. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. I'm going to manage all my flights, characteristics, speeds, overspeeds, things like that. I'm looking to be at a pretty decent cruising speed right now of just around 135 knots. I can stay within my boxes, and I am not being told to go to extreme altitudes to complete this mission. This same thing is effective when you're doing the long-haul missions in the 737. It's just a little bit interesting to get used to flying these. So what's happening while you're using sim rate increase and sim rate decrease is literally a fast forward button for the visuals. It is not a fast forward button for your controls. Your controls and its effect on the aircraft stay in real time. So you have to be very careful in managing your response to turbulence. If you go too far and you're at the 3 or 4 times sim rate increase, it's going to get very, very glitchy because it's also trying to cache the data of the planet in front of you faster than your machine is probably capable of doing. So overdoing this is also not recommended. Using this in moderation is essential. And notice, this aircraft doesn't have any autopilot. Okay? Even if I am in an aircraft that is autopilot capable, what I've learned up to this point in all of the testing that I've done is that when you start to use the autopilot in an aircraft that you are not extremely familiar with, you might run into some issues. I have started to avoid running autopilot altogether, and I will just leave these visual assistants on. And I'm just going to fly in the boxes. I'm going to hand fly these. Yes, it's still 148 nautical miles to get there. However, because I don't have the simulator's ATC becoming involved, and I don't have more of the aircraft's autopilot bugs becoming involved, I'm going to be able to complete this mission. Most of the time. Like that little pause in there? Yeah, I said most of the time, because on occasion, these longer flights, even without using autopilot or anything else, sim rate increase, even if you fly these in real time, it has happened on occasion to just crash to desktop. It's extremely disappointing when it happens. But again, that's just the nature of the beast, as we're still very, very young in this simulator's lifetime. It has been 1 month to the day. November 19th is when it was released. Today is December 19th. 1 month later, I'm still having a great time with it. Have to watch out for that turbulence, because it is going to grab you when you least expect it, which is why I stay away from autopilot, because the autopilot can't keep up, especially when you're doing sim rate increase, sim rate decrease. It can barely keep up when you're doing it in real time. The turbulence in the atmospherics is having a pretty significant impact on flight characteristics and the autopilot itself. But hand flying them keeps it in the control of the user, which is kind of what Microsoft's base is all about. Teaching the art and industry of flight. And you have to know how to put your hands on the controls. So they've made sure that that part of the simulator is functioning. So utilize that. Enjoy the scenery along the way. Yeah, it's a little weird seeing the tail of the airplane flip-flop back and forth like that, and things are moving a little quickly. But you're seeing the same thing. You're getting your mission done a lot quicker. And money, money, money. It just takes a little getting used to flying these at the sim rate increase. I'm not worried about my controls, my speed, nothing. I know that I have fuel in the aircraft. If I come back in, this view gets a little bit nauseating to look at, so I don't stay in it. And you can see that when you pop in and out of the cockpit, it has a pretty negative effect on the flight characteristics of the plane. But once it starts to smooth out in the external view, it's good. And again, this is a caching issue. there's much less ray tracing caching happening in this view than in the cockpit. So you're going to have a smoother experience outside of the aircraft while you're doing this, if you want to call that smooth. But hopefully you understand what I mean. But I'm going to hand fly it. Avoid the bugs. I'm a fly swatter at this point. I'm here to test the system and report the bugs and put some insecticide into the into the mix. Fix it, because I love it. My engine has just stopped. If you've noticed, my propeller is no longer functioning. I'm going to do a Control E right now over the aircraft and see if we can't get this thing fired up in the air. But right now we are having a system failure. You can see that propeller has just stopped. I am going to attempt an emergency landing in the field. Sim rate decrease all the way down. 1, 2, 3, 4 times back up. I'm back into reality. And we're going to try to recover this out of nowhere. 96 miles away. It has given me an engine failure. There is no restart possible. Oh, down for the count. Another one ends in absolute disaster. I'm happy with either way. That's just hilarious. Going good, going good, going good. And it didn't even tell me that there was something wrong with the aircraft. It's just 3, 2, 1, you're done. Unreal. It's unreal. Just a black screen with the spinning wheel of misfortune. Has anyone experienced that before? If I wait here long enough, is it coming back up, or is this a CTD right now? The spinning wheel of misfortune gives me hope, but interesting outcome. I did try to put it down in the field very unsuccessfully. But at least I recognize the problem up front. What I should have done is actually gone back to the reality time with the sim decrease a lot quicker. I might have been able to do that with a little bit less of a slip for the landing. Oh yeah, I have a feeling this simulator is just toast right now. Task manager it is. Deuces. It's been good. It's been a blast. It's been a ball. That's it. That's all. Let's reload right back in. Looks like a freeze is right. It's kind of amazing, but at the same time, It's a month old. I'm using the sim rate increase. So there, I'm like putting this thing through the paces, if you will. It shouldn't be crashing, but ta-da! It is. We'll just let this load up. You know, Keith, that's all you can really do is take the good with the bad. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I'm in for it, no matter what. Because I'll tell you what, it's an enjoyable experience every single time I get into the simulator. The graphics are absolutely amazing, and I'm hopeful for the future. I just know what's coming down the pipeline. I'm in. So where are you from, Keith? I'm out in the Chicagoland area here in the US of A. Now, what's fun too is sometimes you'll come back into these and it'll actually generate more missions than you had previously. So it's kind of like a win-win either way. And one thing that I will also mention is that I never actually took the time to clean out my community folder before loading the sim last time. Okay, so I want to make a point right there. My community folder still had third-party aircraft because I started this in the H160. So I'm experiencing that crash for the first time since the last time I had a third-party aircraft in my community folder. I'm curious is while this loads, man, I should have done this before. I'm realizing this too late. I have a feeling that this is seriously what just caused that crash though. Because my 160 and the HPG action pack information is still in my community folder. And I'm pretty sure that if I try to do what it takes to get that out of my community folder while in sim. And look, I took a reputation hit for it. I love every minute. This is great. Right, but the valid point right there. You're in southern Tennessee. Awesome. Very cool. See, but I think that's a valid point to be made. I haven't had any other freezes like that throughout those missions until I kept a third-party aircraft in my community while I was doing something in career mode. That's something they've talked about, and we're seeing the reaction in real time. Right? I think that's an extremely important part of this to remember. And a great demonstration of it live while we're, recording this, essentially. And this is all information that we can bring back to Microsoft and the team and be like, hey, this is what happened. Look at the credit rating on this, and this is what I'm talking about. You're talking about a 54,740 credit rating on an 8-hour mission. Oh, 8 hours, though. Yikes. Sim rate increase, multitask. Turn the volume up, keep going. 54,000. And this is on the employee side of things, right? So that's why I still think before buying an aircraft for a company, just doing the fixed wing side of things is the most beneficial way of making money. So those new aircraft can be purchased at multi-million-dollar price tags. Should we try another one of these restaurant banner? Oh, a restaurant banner. We had a radio show the first time we did it. What other kind of missions are available here? Maximum visibility for Mr. Resman at Malgrata del Mar. 3,100. 3,300. Because search and rescue missions are basically limited right now at this point to fixed wing. Well, what do we got? We got the one out in the water. I'm in. I love a good water rescue. Search and rescue is what we're here to do. Let's bring it down. Let's use the hoist. Let's do some search and rescue water style. Take the time to let the planet cache. It helps. Look at old boy in the Gumby suit on the right. What is that even? He's holding a banner that says air. I love it. I love it. Sometimes in these hangars too, you'll see like 2 or 3 rafts in the back of the hangar. I don't know who these people talk to. But yeah, there's generally not a lot of inflated rafts in the hangar with the helicopters, usually. I love to do these quick and dirty. Fire it right up. Fire it all up. The controls I'm using are a Thrustmaster T16000M. Jackson Ludwig, thanks a lot for the comment and question. I appreciate it. I have the Thrustmaster 16000M with the rudder pedals installed. They're mostly made out of plastic, but with the settings I have, they actually do pretty well. You'll see some glitching every once in a while in rudder movements, but for the most part, these are pretty responsive.
SCR Heli 241 Scout, 1-4, roger that.
Well, team, here's a quick recap.
Make sure that
We
we
just
have
got
this
word that a man named
collective
Brian
and the
has
flight
gone
ready.
missing near Flying Ridge airstrip shores with a boat.
I am getting
We
quite
don't
a
have
bit of
much time
stutter.
to find him. Conditions out there are rough, and we've got no news so
I have
far.
a feeling it's because of
Let's
that
get on site
vehicle's
ASAP and start searching. We'll do our
setting
best to
the
get you more
storm.
intel or help you finding the site while you're out there. I'll radio you regularly to check you're okay. I'll
we got the herd of horses back. We've seen these guys at this airfield several times. Quick reply to that takeoff.
Charlie Tango 5-2 traffic SAR.
Make sure our torque rating is coming back down.
Oscar 8412, taking off runway 18 departure to the south.
Door for crank. The landing light on. We're gonna come up and get her down. I don't have any experience with the T-flight rudders, actually. What am I saving to buy first, Keith? I don't even know, because we haven't really seen too much as far as what the third-party group is working on. At least I haven't. Maybe there's different variants of the H225 available out there where a third party is like, well, okay, if they already have the 225 base sim, let's come out with a more functioning variant of it where the user is able to actually manually control their hoist.
But the family thanks you for your help.
Right, so there's just so much more to be seen.
We all hope you'll
I'm
find
not
him
sure
quick.
what's next.
SAR
Having the
Heli 241
H145 and the
every second
H160
counts.
from High
The sooner you get
Performance
on site, the
Group
better.
already in my
In such an
hangar, I think
isolated
is
place,
really important
It's possible to get injured and not be able to
because
call for
they're
help.
not only partners of Microsoft at this point, but they have aircraft in the base simulator. This H125 that I'm in right now was available as a freeware in 2020, available through High Performance Group. Right? So because it was a freeware, it was included as part of the mission set, right? They already had an asset in place. But High Performance Group's third-party aircraft went beyond this. And they had military versions, cargo versions of the H145, luxury versions of the H160. They even had civilian versions of the 145. There's so many different more variants of these aircraft that the now partner of Microsoft has available. So I don't know. I think I may have already made the purchase. And again, I'm just going to kind of sim rate increase, sim rate decrease. For my company, I'm going to go helicopters all day long. But I want to see if I can't dive into something new right off the bat. And in the meantime, what I'm trying to do is just earn as much money as possible. Or wait until that option of the Microsoft's store becoming available, right? Because we've seen that it might be a possibility to use third-party aircraft
SAR
in
Heli
an airline.
241. How's it going on your end? Hope
So
you'll
the
be on site
question
soon.
remains,
We have
yet to be
find
seen,
him fast.
because the option isn't
Everyone here
available.
is stressed, and we don't want
And
anyone
I'm not rushing
deciding to
into it.
conduct the search themselves.
Maybe another third-party developer comes out with an aircraft that's even better. I don't want to make the purchase of an aircraft until I know for sure that is it. I want to take it out on a free flight. You know what I mean? I want to run that thing through its paces around the planet in a free flight long before I decide to make the purchase in a career mode. It's patience, right? I'm here to test the system, find out the most optimal way to do it. I kind of consider myself an ergonomist. For the most part, at least I try to be ergonomic, you know, the quickest way to get things done most efficiently. But since this is such a new platform, there's so many bugs to be considered, there's so much innovation to be considered, so many base sim options that are even available yet, I don't want to make the decision too early. So I do have 3 companies established already, but I have only purchased the company and not aircraft for them. Now, since doing that, what I've recognized is every single day that I come into the simulator, my rating as a pilot actually decreases a little bit. Just because I think I have a company and I'm not doing anything with it. So Keith, if you were here at the beginning, I actually took an H160 for a little bit of a ride, and I was able to complete a passenger transport mission in a free flight with the H160 that is a high performance group paid aircraft. Right? Okay, so that thing is already available, but in a very limited amount and full of its own set of bugs. But again, we're a month into this. So as many people that are out there, you know, they've already earned millions, this, that, and the other thing, because they have their insurance and they're doing that, but they're kind of locked in. They have to get into the simulator and make that money every day, otherwise they are going to lose on insurance. I don't know about you, but I ain't got that kind of time in my pocket. I'd love to, but I just don't have that kind of time. So I want to be able to know that my funds are pretty secure when I walk away from the simulator for a day or two or 8 hours, 12, whatever it may be.
His boat is orange. Maybe this will help you spot something in that landscape.
Turn that music down just a little bit. I'm sorry, that was a little bit loud right there. My bad. Hopefully you can hear me over the music. Right? But it's all about the patience of the game, because as much as they call it a simulator, let's face it, what we're flying in here is a game. Right? And you have to think about the mentality of game makers and how they go about creating a echelon. It's not even available. Okay, really? So when you're on Xbox, I didn't buy that through the marketplace. I bought that through Hype Performance Group's website. Right? That wasn't a marketplace purchase. Which also brings up another point, is that concerns me, because the option says that it's marketplace aircraft, not third party. So if you go in to get an aircraft from like flightsim.to or something like that, that is a different source for that aircraft. Now, I didn't go through .to to get the 145 or the 160. I went right to their website. But now they are partners with Microsoft, right? They're in-house. So I feel that there might be a little bit of a gray area in that, because they provided a couple of the most capable search and rescue choppers that we had in 2020. They had multiple variants of it for offshore or just regular search and rescue, civilian, patient transport, you name it. You know what I mean? The options were pretty endless. So I think there's a little bit of a gray area when it comes to HPG's assets. I want to know what happens with that, because there's so many questions out there right now that are unanswered. I'm gonna bide my time. And I don't think you would need to distinguish between Xbox and a PC to do that. Or is it impossible for you to download an aircraft from a website when you're on an Xbox? Does it have to be through the marketplace? Because honestly, I mean, I don't have any experience with the Xbox side of things. I'm only playing on PC. Yeah, and it's kind of upsetting to me too in a little bit of a way, because I mean, the integration between Xbox and Microsoft and being able to fly the sim in a platform like Xbox is super cool. It opens up the amount of people that can actually use the simulator, but it limits the amount of functionality that the simulator is capable of. Right? And you don't have the same experience between wow, I'm gonna talk English for a second. You get a different experience between the two different platforms. That's what's disappointing about it. It's a completely different experience. If you're not able to go out there and purchase .to aircraft while you're on an Xbox, you're missing out. right? Well, they call it a sandbox that we can all play in, learn from, and grow in and expand, but it's a different experience between an Xbox user and a PC user. And as far as I know, MacBook users are still not even a thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is this even available for Macintosh? You know what I mean? There's almost like a control over market sort of thing happening. I mean, the product is great. Don't get me wrong, but usability over multiple platforms still has a lot to be worked on. Okay, so if you also have it on a PC, make the additions to your community folder on a PC. And see, does that affect what happens to your information while you're online? Because as far as I know, that should be the same information. Just as if when you uninstall the simulator and then reinstall it, right? You're not losing your career points. I've seen that firsthand, so has Avalock Emery's and quite a few other people, right? I've had to uninstall the simulator and start over, but it's remembering my information. So I'm curious if you would actually make those purchases through the computer, if you would have them accessible when you're on Xbox. It's an interesting question. Very. I honestly don't think it would for some reason. But that's something that, again, we should be putting into the forums. Like, hey, listen, it's the same account. I should have access to the same hangar. That same community folder should exist because it's the same account. Regardless of platform. And who knows, maybe that's something they're already working on, honestly. It could be. A lot of the times out here in the ocean, you're only going to see them flicking their little mirror and you will not see the smoke. Now, the boy on fire over there is the boat that the survivor actually left. It's a valid question, too, Keith. Absolutely. It's not just a good question. It's extremely valid. Because it affects so many customers of theirs. You know, this isn't just one or two people. It's probably a good 75% or more of their overall customer base. Because not everybody can afford a system that runs the kind of specs that I'm looking at. You know, even though I don't have the most gigantic of systems right here. I mean, this is a Ryzen Threadripper 2950X, 128 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. It is only a 2080 Ti graphics card, but this is a machine that I built by myself and was not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. And it's only getting more expensive as time goes on to get the graphics cards that can support RTX at this level or DLSS at this level, even though, you know, we have some excuse me, we have some really good hacks in place to get DLSS working properly. You kind of have to go through third-party information to get the base simulator working like you expect it to. Yeah, so this is who you thought might be the survivor here off in the back, just this great big plume of smoke out here. But that is not the case. I'm going to try to make one more loop around. I'll fly through the smoke. But yeah, this is just the boat that they jumped off of. The boat isn't even visible yet out in the distance here. I am coming in hot, and you'll see that it's also just barely on the outside of the search area, right? Like I am on the limit of the search area right now, right? So I think if I come right about at this angle through our search area, I should be coming across them pretty soon. And even though I've made a pretty good assessment of the area, you still haven't really seen them. And I think this is kind of a timed event too. I have flown on occasion just directly to them, but just rarely. SAR hoist missions have been specifically over water for everybody at this point. But again, that is because you don't own the aircraft and don't have the ability to use it manually yet. And I'll emphasize the word yet. I believe I have a survivor off to my now 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, straight ahead, real small out in the distance. It's just a little tiny white dot, very small, no mirror yet. I just happened to catch a glance of it. I believe, yep, I'm starting to get the reflection of the mirror now. I will not reply on intercoms yet. I'm not close enough for them to truly recognize it, but I am coming in on them. And there's the smoke. There's the mirror. And I did all of that in real time too. None of that was using sim rate increase or sim rate decrease. Now I will recall. The time to find the survivor might be a little bit much, but I'm here. So you own the heli and the company and still only get water missions. Wow. See, but I believe that's going to change like on a kind of a weekly basis. Not a daily basis or a per instance occasion. That should change on more of a weekly basis.
Roger that. Preparing the hoist now.
Watch the swimmer. The smoke starts to get a little bit more dense underneath the chopper as you hang out in it. And the longer you hover here, the closer the swimmer gets to getting comfortable. They got to let as much slack out of the line as humanly possible. And then all of a sudden, this swimmer is going to be like, hey, I'm gonna go for a little swim. I'm gonna try to rise up just a little bit. The rescue swimmer looks like a dead seal right now. Very paper. But if you'll notice, that hover target is still in green. I'm just gonna hop him a little bit closer. Try to bring it down a little bit more, but I still have that hover in green. See, now I should have a hoist manual control at this point. Or like we were talking a couple of days ago, what we should have the opportunity to do is have 2 pilots in one airframe. Have 1 pilot and 1 flight mechanic. Oh, coming down super high. Oh, she doesn't like that. Okay, so I'm going to fly away right now. Hold on. Let's regroup. I don't care what kind of hit I take on this. I think we need to get the swimmer back on board here, as it looks like just a dead piece of origami. Yes. Okay. A little too much caffeine before the flight today, gentlemen? Let's try this again. PMSL. She wants to drop out of the sky like a brick right now. Abusing coffee, cereal delta. I don't know if we're going to allow that. I don't know if we're going to allow that. That's better.
Winching to be started. Cable is tensioning. Dock 5 to line-ups. Ready to lift. Dock 5 and person coming in.
I like how the line goes just right through the skids, the fuselage. Nothing matters whatsoever. Up and away. Sim rate increase, sim rate increase. What do you say? Do we get into some sim rate increase?
Subject en route with us. Informing Scout 1-4 now. Scout 1-4, extraction done. Let's move.
A lengthy
Captain, Ryan is in state
extravaganza,
shock.
but
Support is
okay.
possible to minimize the impact on him. It's crucial. I'm Carissa, an emergency medic. I'll be taking care of you during this flight to Newtown. Are you okay?
When it starts to get that big oscillation in it, you just kind of got to let it go. I brought it down 1 more notch. We're still going at least 2 times.
Fine. I know this is quite something. I'm here if you need anything.
Anything you have, I'm so thirsty.
Sometimes you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. As long as you don't crash and put it down in the water, I suppose it's a mission success.
My team includes my hoist manager, Tony, and we alternate between different pilots.
I love this too. They're always talking about the nasty cut, but when you get inside and look at them, like perfectly fine. That's just great. I want to see somebody all mangled up in the back with like a compound fracture to the arm, strapped to a gurney, but on their knees. Because this H125 never brought a Band-Aid with. The inside of this airframe is pretty well bare, just like diamond plate flooring. Quick reply to that ATC call, and that one only will announce our position. And right, I'm not getting into the ATC quote-unquote window. If I can avoid all of that nonsense with announcing my position or doing request fight following, you kind of run into some issues, even on the longer haul missions. Sim rate increase coming through. And yep, I will leave these visual assistants on just because, why not? It shows you where they want you to go. Get the best score you can. Yeah, right. I mean, the heli fill, it's the same thing why they don't show, like, the damage to the aircraft or anything along those lines. Like, they've taken crash graphics out of the equation forever because of that same exact thing. But it would be fun. You know what I mean? If you could have, like, a different version. Here's the PG version. Here's the G version. This one's PG-13. This is the rated R. Miles gets into the back of the helicopter and he's got an arrow in his head because his hunting partner is a moron with a bow. You know what I mean? How far do we want to take it? Gotta love the horses. I honestly should have checked at my runway before I come into this. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't do this, and I should. It says 3.6, but I'm not at 3.6, right? Even though those windows tell you where to go, they're wrong. Right? Say Intentions has search and rescue in free fly mode now. It is AI best. Oh, really? Very interesting. So it says make an approach to a 3.6. And now that I'm going against the Microsoft recommendations, I'm actually coming into the proper runway. So even though I will put those on, you need to make sure that you're actually doing the right thing instead of what Microsoft wants you to do. Because most people would just follow those little frames down to the ground and all of a sudden they're going to get an ATC infraction for landing in an undesignated area when in fact they were in the right spot. Just coming in the wrong way. AI dispatch. Very cool. I haven't played around with the Say Intention stuff at all just yet. For the most part, I have been going hard and steady into the career mode. Search and rescue is my jam. I would like to see these get harder too. I don't want to see any smoke if I want to be able to just see that mirror out there in the distance, if even that. You communicate with your rescuer. Very cool. All right. I mean, I like where they're going with it. And the horses are pretty consistently at this airport, too. Right? Those things are always here. Let's see what they say. It took a little while to get there, but... Oh, 63% for localization time and 0 for retrieval. 0. Not even a 1%. Just garbage. That's fabulous. Okay. It's still a positive income. We'll probably take a hit again to the reputation, because why not? Victims shoot flares or smoke for planes and helicopter? No kidding. That's interesting. And that's from Say Intentions, huh? There's one spot up in here, too, that I really kind of miss flying out of in Fillmore. This little rotorcraft support. That used to be a great third-party add-on, or I used to fly a lot of the search and rescue missions in the 145 out of that specific area and go through like the Glendale, Thousand Oaks area, Sim Valley, Ventura, Oxnard. A lot of great mission sets over there with the different topographies going on. I kind of miss that. So when you're doing the Say Intention stuff, is it still the same base simulator missions, or are they generating more missions on top of it? In the Grand Caravan for 6.5 hours. Ouch. See, and that's like the end of the diet for the day with search and rescue. I think we're still in the Chinook out here. Yep, so you just kind of have to wait for these to refresh. Give it like 24 hours and they all regenerate to a degree. Or sometimes they even just come out of Sim and back in Sim, refresh the cache. I'm so tempted to buy an airplane for or at least an H125 for search and rescue, so I can be doing specifically those missions. Because, I mean, it's not like I'm not in Sim enough to be able to keep track of how things are going with it. It's so tempting. I've been down this failed path before, though, and it's not something I'm super excited about, to be honest with you. But tempting nonetheless. Because the variant that it gives me is Rescue Hoist. And I have enough money to do it. Even if I sell the aircraft later on, you know what I mean? But then again, if you sell the aircraft, does the simulator realize that you've sold it and you're not paying for insurance anymore? They have a trailer on it on YouTube for 2020 and 24 missions anywhere. Very unpredictable, millions of scenarios, any helicopter or plane. So I'm guessing you're like an affiliate then, right? Because that's a plug right there. I'm not an affiliate of anybody, but yeah, I mean, what you're talking about is sounding pretty good, Derek. I can't lie. It sounds great. But I kind of want to stay base sim for now, outside of the stuff that I've already had in the past. And I'm so tempted to buy this helicopter right now. I'm just so tempted. I'm looking at nearly 300,000 in the bank. All right, good to know. Good to know, Derek. Just a customer. I like it. And because I want to do more and more search and rescue missions, and I know that I'm confident about my ability to do tow-in landings and pull these survivors out from areas where it's been pretty difficult. So, okay, Keith is saying buy it. Your first one is 90% off one time. And this is the hoist variant, right? Which is like end goal, right? That's where we want to be. I think, oh man. Keith, I don't know, brother. I think you're right. I really do. Even King Cobra Stunts says getting it all rescue missions will be in your own aircraft and you will get the full amount, right? Which is, again, just another extremely valid point about profitability. There hasn't been too many reports of issues happening with just the low-end insurance. It's only the premium that seems to really bite you. Oh man, I think my palms are like actually starting to sweat right now. This is not fun because if I have to do this again, people, I'm going to love it. But woo, Keith, if it goes wrong, you can blame me. I love it. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that or not because at the end of the day, it's still making button presses on this side and not that side. Because this is something that I've been considering even before this stream started. Which again is something I'm going to compliment on. You know, again, my boy, I gotta constantly shout this guy out. Boss Man, Air Boss Man has given me the DLSS hat that's made all of this possible. Honestly, major shout out to him. But yeah, man, before the stream started, I've even thought about doing this. This hydraulic system issue here is, you know, people. I think you're witnessing history here. I think I might need a moment of silence to like grab a beer. I don't know. What? Because there's so many valid points to it too, right? The profitability is there. It's a hoist capable aircraft. It's an affordable aircraft. No, I'm not unhappy with this helicopter at all. Actually, I'm quite happy with the way it handles. I'm getting really good at the tow and landings, like I said. Even though it goes to a cut scene, I'm able to keep it into a stable position while I'm making those recoveries.
Now it's time to choose an insurance plan for your aircraft. There are different options available, each with different levels of coverage but also different fees. Choose the option that best suits the type of missions you'll be flying.
Has anyone tried the advanced? That's what I want to know right now. Pause. Has anyone tried advanced? because I'm kind of giving this a unique opportunity, right? As a tester, this is the opportunity to see like if there's any bugs in advanced. But do I want to be that guinea pig? Yeah, the AI is definitely something I will stay away from, for sure. Because that's bugged 6 ways to Sunday. So Keith is even saying basic. Oh. It's just that in the back of my mind, I know that every once in a while the physics of the ground and everything like that can get a little brutal. Or you'll run into an invisible wall. I don't know. 120 credits versus 1180. I'm going with basic. Crash coverage is only 10%. Reputation bonus is the same for all three. I have been the guinea pig once already. I know. See, but I don't mind being in that position. That's really the overall sensation of the channel too, is to test these systems and get this information back to Microsoft to be a catalyst for improvement. But I also want to enjoy it. So I'm going basic. I'm doing it. Moving on. Secondhand market. I'm doing it. Live right here. We're the 241 buy one get one free special tonight. For a second there I thought the system froze because it's just hanging here right now. It took me by surprise because I want to get close to my true destination, which is Reunion Island. This spot is where I want to be doing search and rescue. If you haven't been to this island before, I recommend checking it out. This is so incredible. This is a volcanic island. What you're seeing right here is a volcano. And then around this area, there's tons of volcanic domes in smaller proportions. The amount of cliffs and just the terrain on this island being accessible to water. A couple of different airports on the north and south of the island. I already know that there's 3 hospitals there. I want to stay relatively close to that area. But I also want to stick with something that is populated frequently with these missions. Now I know that this area is generating missions consistently. And in the Alps, you are dealing with a lot of snow-covered instances of rescues, but again, with those tow-in rescues being very possible, I believe that this is a location that I want to kind of focus on, either here or Australia. The Alaska coastline does have missions. However, we're also talking about a different variety of weather conditions. Have you experienced that out in Alaska too? Because I love the Alaska area. It has that same sort of mountain-capped, snow-filled stuff. But as far as quantity, the quantity that I've seen in Alaska doesn't really match what's being seen over in Europe. This whole Alps version right here is coming through with a lot, and in real world too. What about the Dolomites? Ooh, look at dude, come on. The helifill. the Dolomites. Ooh. Hey, bro. It's so good to see you back. I really appreciate you coming in and out of these streams like this and just giving me so many different ideas. But again, you know, that's kind of where I'm sitting right now with this. Yeah, man. I like the Dolomites quite a bit. I like that a lot. Zermatt, okay. I do like where you're going with it. Very, very much. So the Dolomites. So if we come over here, they're going to be roughly I kind of like the mountainous area as well. It's such a beautiful terrain to look at. The different weather conditions are phenomenal. But what if we come into like Bolzano? All right, where you because they always wind up spreading around the area anyway. Truly at an airport, I think they're paying attention to these areas more than heliports at this point. I don't know. So many decisions to be made. Decisions. I need a gigantic drum roll happening in the back or something like epic, but I suppose this will do. What an interesting call. What a tough call to make. But since this is relatively central to the entire situation, how do we feel about Lima, India, Papa, Bravo? There's quite a bit of forestry happening close to the base. But these are dire consequence decisions. LOKL. Bolzano is great. I agree. The heli Phil, man, I really appreciate your input, and my friend, you and I are on the same page. That's where Pelican 1 flies out of. I did not know that. You're full of all kinds of wonderful information. If you don't know who Heli Phil is, he's the one that actually told us specifically on this channel that the version of the H125 that they have in Sim, that variant doesn't come with an SAS. Thank you again for coming by. I like how you can't see my aircraft at this point as well. I am, let's hope it's worth it. The little teardrop on the upper corner of this little emoji's face, though, I gotta say, it's creeping. It's creeping up. Oh, this is such a moment. Oh my goodness, I honestly can't believe we're doing this again. I think I'm doing it. Poof! Oh man. We start over. Insurance is basic. Fitted with the hoist system. Mixed and see, okay, and this is where it says mixed analog and digital instruments. Notice it doesn't say anything specific. Okay? So what I mean by that is when we're able to go into the control configurations of our aircrafts, we're able to set something specific. That would include manual control over hoist. That is not in parentheses yet. And the nomenclature on this is bizarre. Skier. The gear skids thing here is weird. Why do we need to know that? Okay, so if the gear is what? Retractable landing gear, it's going to say that here? Sorry, what difference does it make? Oh, hell, here we go. The crew is off. We're going to manage the aircraft. 180 Gs left. Of course, the hydraulic systems need to be maintained. Delegated maintenance is looking at 10 Gs. I'm just in. Repaint it? Yes, please. Nope, sorry. Psych, not going there. I'm not going to dump 84 Gs. What do you think, I'm stupid? For paint? I'm here to save people, not please people. And look at the resale value. We're looking at a resale value of 1.265 mil, right? Interesting. So I do have a way to recoup if I keep this aircraft in good condition. Oh, this is so nerve-wracking every time, because this is not the first time. I don't even know. It's like companies, not companies, companies, not companies. Yeah, okay, so Keith, about this whole fast travel thing, I've spent a pretty penny working on that, and it literally hasn't had any benefit at all with the fast travel. I know it's worked for other people, but my specific instance, it has had no benefit. See, and now look, okay, even though I've started my base over there, it's jumped me into a preloaded map of North America. What? Because it's the last place I did a mission. As the music builds. And we switch from employee to freelancer and see what we get. Empty planet. Am I missing something? What step have I missed? Not a single mission. This hotspot is just frankly completely bare. I'm beginning to wonder if my decision was a good one at this point. Because right now it's not looking nor feeling that way. It's actually a little bit disappointing. For the love. But seriously though, where is one search and rescue mission? Not one. There's not one. There's not a single mission on the planet. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is amazeballs. Man, we ain't found ship. I feel like I'm in Spaceballs right now. This is incredible. What am I missing? Can somebody point it out to me? Come to beach. There's not a single mission anywhere. The list is empty. I need some space bucks. That's what, I don't have space bucks yet. Credits aren't a thing. I need space bucks. My co-pilot's name is Bartholomew, and that's what's happening. I'm absolutely just destroyed at this point. What is happening? This is gold. All right, let's hide the list. And then it wants me to fast travel to the same spot that I went to for 19,000. Screw it. She's gone from suck to blow. Boop, brr, boop, 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 brr. Yeah. We've been jammed. Am I surrounded by assholes? Sorry, too far. So when I press fast travel for 19,420, it's literally giving no reaction at all at this point, even though it has indicated that my aircraft and pilot are at that location. If I go back into the mission list, the LIPB is still LIPJ and PBJ. It's a PB and J. I'm getting jammed. I'm getting jammed. It's Mega Maid, sir. She's gone from suck to blow. I don't even know what to do at this point. This is so insane. I love every minute of it. I am literally almost crying with tears right now. This is hysterical. Oh. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to the headquarters. Let's take a minute and regroup. So if you're noticing right now, my company's is saying that it's down 112,127 credits. I'm already negatively impacted on this right off the bat. If I go into all companies, and I go to manage companies, let's put the crew into a available status. Now that it's on. Maybe, just maybe, our mission set will repopulate. Wait for it. Wait for it. Mission list empty. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. What the actual hell? Now if I go back into employee mode for the randomness of it all. Close airport mission list. Sure. Okay. Just hide this nonsense. I think what I may need to do, because I am thoroughly believing that what I'm doing is not voodoo or anything like that, where you're just like getting out of the sim, coming back and trying something new, trying to trigger things left and right, because obviously the steps that I have taken up to this point are not the mission set that Microsoft and Asobo and High Performance Group have had in mind. Maybe it is a clear of the cache. But all of my hot zones, quote unquote hot zones, are still empty. Not a single search and rescue mission on the planet anywhere. These two. It's these two. Let's go back to the main menu. I said let's go back to the main menu. Thank you. Let's try a free flight. Who's in sim? Who wants to fly around a spot where we think we should be? So if we come in and put a departure in here now of Lima, India, Papa Bravo, Balzano. He's full of Balzano. Let's just see what happens. Right? The results apparently need some pudding. This is unflippin' believable. So yeah, I mean, the speculation was that I would be earning my own money in these missions now. And I would have things to do in my H125. Search and rescue hoist variant aircraft that I just purchased. Fresh out of the box, nice and clean, fresh and so new. And it's like, nope. Just why? Why? With the dramatic pause and everything. How do you go wrong with that? And of course it brings you into the darkness because that's how we like it. Oh man, is this frustrating. Alright, the heli Phil. Keith. Error accessing live. Oh, what? SoCal Jerry, what up, boy? What's up, dude? I love it. Look at we're both in the same spot. You can't go wrong. All right, we got SoCal Jerry and the Draco X Cargo, but he's an H125. That's just good stuff. Let's turn the lights on. Can you really make this stuff up, though? It's the beeps and the blips. That's what it is. They've gone plaid. SoCal Jerry, howdy there. Good to see you, man. I actually saw you on the airport just a hot second ago. And now you're gone. Good to see you in sim for at least a second. I'm going to see it flying around in free flight for a while in the area that we're supposed to be spawning into. Generates any missions. I've heard this as a suggestion. What time did I select? Does time really matter? Hold on. Hold the phone. Are you saying the time of day matters? So if I go into the settings of this, control-wise, right, okay, not going to matter. General area is very important. Online. I am on a West USA server. We've already seen you there. We've got multiplayer on. Live weather is on. Good to go. We're going to go to the flight interface and make sure that we have nameplates. We've already seen you and we're good. Resuming. Now, if I were to go into the time of day, let's go real time. Even if it's nighttime, let's just see what happens if we both go real time. Bang, there you are. Are you kidding me right now? Time of day matters. Shut the front door. Turn the headlights on. Error accessing live air traffic data. Retrying. So the airport we are at right now is Lima, India, Papa Bravo. Definitely see your aircraft in here. The closer I get to you, though, you want to disappear. We were just there a second ago. Move to noon local time. I'm going to try to do this from the ground. Let's just get this under control. Noon local time. Does it need to be exact? So, okay, so SoCal. All right, so you're hovering right now. So let's see if, before I even do that. See, what I'm thinking is if we select a group, what happens is the person who initiates the group maintains control over time of day. And then you can just add people in. Because I'm still not seeing you over the airport. You were there a second ago. What was the full gamer tag? Let's get a group, because that should solve the issue. And I can add Keith in. No problem. Only solutions. if you want to gain control of SoCal, why don't you go ahead? Okay, there we go. So if we go... And I'll restart from here. This should give me a new fresh state of data. You should have been automatically brought back to this time of day. So I've got a Xbox indication here that you've invited me to play. Going to accept it. Come into the group. SoCal. You're in. Resume. No tags yet. You're in the group. You're actually leading the group, actually. So, I mean, you should be seeing each other. However, again, I'll go back to the original point that I was making about third-party aircraft. Because I have not gone back out of the simulator to remove third-party aircraft from my community folder. I feel that if my community folder were empty right now, I just might be able to do this. Is your community folder populated with any third-party aircraft at all? Or we can go over to a different server and try east. No, multiplayer's not bugged. Well, if you change your time right now, SoCal, I should see mine change. Because the leader of the group controls the environment. Time of day is controlled specifically by the leader of the group.
SCR Heli 241 November, Sierra Oscar 8412, leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
See how all of a sudden, bang. So when you changed it to 1 p.m., you can see my graphics have changed. I haven't changed anything in Sim. Keith Adams, High Lifter, 2112 is my call sign. I sent the phone. Right, but you noticed that, right? SoCal, when you changed your time, I was not in a time of day menu. but you saw my environment
CR Heli 241 November.
adapt
Oscar
to the
Baby
1 o'clock.
112. Did you hear my last transmission? Tower SCR Heli 241 November.
So
Sierra Oscar
what I'll do right now, and let's try this one more time. I'm just going to do a restart. Again, some people call it voodoo, some people don't, whatever. Either way, it's testing the system, getting the bugs out. And so getting a fresh set of data and actually tracking this in real time while live, I think, is essential to part of this going the way it should. Okay, so now you can see on the right-hand side, I've actually got the voice connect going on. Even though I'm not in the same time of day as you anymore, all of this is being reverted. Current group, still just SoCal and me. We're good. Let's try this. Just like it is. We're going to resume. Try to change your time one more time. Now it should be a dramatic shift. Go daytime. Bang. Shift to Maloo. That is not me controlling time of day, buddy. That is you. Okay, so there are parts of this that are working. I'm going to go into my settings one more time and just double check. The flight interface has traffic nameplates on. Online is real time. AI traffic in career doesn't matter. Live weather is on. Multiplayer is on. West USA, really low latency. Bang, this one wasn't on. See, that shifted. So now I'm going to go save and back, resume, and now West Coast server it is. Okay. So now that I saw the nameplates, see, my time is changing yet again and again. Are you still around the airport, okay? Great information. Still hovering over the field. But yet I don't see anything. And in all of my settings, this is what they look like. Real-time online is on. I'm not worried about air traffic. Live weather. Multiplayer. West USA. Multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Enable voice chat is off. Right? That's where we're at. Flight interface shows nameplates. Restart one more time. What I might do is actually go out of the box completely. Let's see what I can do in the background here. Take everything I have in my folder out real quick, even though I'm still on the runway. I'm trying to clean out my community further in the background. You are streaming on my Discord. No doubt. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I've already got you there. Sent. Well, first of all, I'd like to know how you're actually streaming in my Discord right now. Super cool for you doing that. I appreciate it. I haven't got that far yet. Still just nothing. And we were able to do this before. Like, Avalok Emery's was be able to get in here after he did so much work at his computer to get these multiplayer flights going. We've been here before. We've done this before. And it winds up to be a little bit of a process every single time, but I'm hopeful. Interesting that it just switched back to nighttime. I have high lifter in sight. I've got high lifter. Cool, alright, so 1 out of 2 ain't bad. What's interesting though is that you were able to make it in there first. And we still don't see SoCal. Now if I try to go into my weather, there's zero controllability. Controlled by group leader. Try shifting that time of day one more time. Let's see what happens if we can pop back into seeing you. Now that we're making more and more progress on we being visible at the same time. H125 cargo. Bang, time of day changes, had nothing to do with it. High lifters coming out of the sky nice and quick. Back at the airport, I still don't see your tag. We definitely have high lifter in Okay, I like the restarting idea. Not a bad option. The high lifter and I are definitely getting a much better result. Running. Some river running. Keith coming in. Loving it. Let's take a ride, Keith. A lot of camera movements going on there. Let's go for a ride. If you dare. Bridge underneath us. Keeping right up. You gotta love every minute of that. It'll never get old, man. Not ever. Cars coming out of the side of the mountains. It's good stuff. Still chilling out. Loving it. Nice flight. Super nice flying, Keith. Good stuff. Do you think I am leaving your airspace? And again, this low lever flying, even though I'm on a 2080 Ti, I'm not sure how it's coming across on the stream, but my experience of this is smooth outside of the way things are kind of being generated in a little bit at a time. With the fidelity of it, but the overall flight experience itself is smooth. And that H125 is a super capable helicopter. No idea where I'm going. I might want to consider pulling up a little bit. Watch where you're going there. I'm walking here. And all those crazy little things happening on career mode just kind of fade away when you wind up doing something like this with somebody out of the clear blue sky in the middle of a gorgeous part of the world. Not a bad way to spend the night. Appreciate you being here, Keith. Super fun having you flying along with me. Thanks for being here. Finally, ATC is done for the night. So even though I've spent a pretty good amount of coin on a brand new chopper for my own company, I was gifted with no missions. I have a feeling, though, that tomorrow will bring better things. My options have not come to an end. They have only come to a beginning, and it is a matter of, once again, just some patience. But I bit the bullet a little sooner than I wanted to. But I have people to blame for it now, so it's good. It's all good. Only time will tell. I'm trying to believe that I've made the right decision. These would be some great spots to be pulling off some search and rescue missions. We're not far away from what I've chosen as the base. I can get it done in a spot like this. There's potential to be had. do also need to remember that I am in my own aircraft right now. SoCal, back online. Invite to group. I'm going to go ahead and pause real quick. I'm sure this is catching you way off guard there, Keith. You are in the group already, SoCal. You're there. Where are you? Invite to group. My bad. Resume. We have moved a little bit further away. But if I pull up an EFB, you can kind of get an idea of where we are. I think I just saw you pop up behind us. Bang, SoCal. I'm flipping a U-turn. We have us all involved. A simple restart solves the issue. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know about you. Glitches or not. Where there's a will, there's a way. It's not voodoo, it's testing. Here. Keep down here. I lift. You're welcome, SoCal. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you being here. Aerobatics of the H125 coming into play. I mean, you might as well just... Might as well. So I think I've made the right choice. I really do. Trying to get behind it. I know what's ahead of me. There's more search and rescue missions right around the corner now that I do own my own aircraft. I've got the airline back where it needs to be. Sort of. I think we're headed in the right direction. Whatever direction that may be, it's forward. We're moving forward. I'm all in. I can hear you sneaking up on me. It's great. The sound of your chopper is like right there. I can't see you, but I heard you just come in super close. Oh, there he is. Yep, I could do this for quite a few hours. I'm just saying. Super enjoyable, and so glad to see you guys in sim. Progress is being made. Isn't that what this is all about? Progress. I like the fact that the marshmallow is so hard to see out here. I can only imagine what this flight would be like without the gamer tag. And just trying to keep up with your little dot. You got heli lifter coming for the flyby. There's nothing short of awesome. Flight of the Valkyries needs to be playing. I really do need to get a version of that queued up. Because I want more. I want 30 of us just in a line, just cruising. And then we're going to start some like giveaways or something, because I know they're about to open up this marketplace to where we're going to be able to share content with people and gift people with different things. I want to be able to do that to some of you guys who have been following me for so long. This channel has gone through so much growth in such a short amount of time. I really do want to find a way to share just how much I appreciate you guys being here. There are exciting times ahead of us. Once that marketplace opens up and things are about to expand, I plan on recognizing individuals that have been following me for a while and in any way that I can. I just appreciate it. So much fun flying with you guys, going through all those little tips and tricks and ups and downs. Super good time. Not sponsored, not affiliated, not getting paid for it. Sharing the hobby, sharing the love of flight, helicopters, search and rescue, problem solving. Oh. Yes, I love it. Look at the topography in these canyons. We should have been in Vietnam together. The three of us have got a little bit of a run going here. I haven't seen any one of us go down yet. Maybe I spoke too soon. SoCal's having a little bit of trouble. Oh, we almost collided. It's getting real. Ah, it's golden, pony boy. It's golden. H125, if you don't like it, you're missing out. You just need more time on that stick. river run. You didn't bring your fishing pole with you, did you? Pedal to the metal. I like how no one's even tried going under a bridge yet. It's like, nope, too low. It's just a little too low. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Ah, and tempted you should not have been. Oh, the deadly consequences that are revolving around flying under bridges at excessive rates of speed. As I try to catch up to where'd who go? Just keep going, guys. I'll get back there. I'll get back there. I had to. I had to. It looked possible. It really did. Back through. Just clean out. Oh, high lifter looks like he's down in the bush too. Keith is like, I'm gonna stop for a little bit of a barbecue while I'm here. It sounded like a good idea at the time. It really did. Now we're back. I had that bridge though. It was mine. There was room. I'm just not in the Red Bull really today. Uh-oh. We lost him. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, changing times. Oh, okay. I see what you want to do. Oh, you want to play. You want to play. Okay. Okay. I see you. I can't see much outside of what's going on here, but I see you. The bridge coming into play here. That speed back up, see if we can catch up to SoCal, because he's got his pedal down. Oh, you had to restart. Excellent flying, Keith. Excellent flying. So I'm curious who's in charge of the group right now. It was like lights out. Had no control over it. Like, hey, by the way. I'm not mad about it. Doesn't look like with a headlight on. A little bit foggy. River running in the choppers. SoCal Jerry's just killing it right now. Proving that the H125 has got what it takes. Below them treetops. A very capable aircraft. Oh, ho, ho, as I almost bite it. I love it. The red roof in comes through. We'll leave the light on for you. Good choices were made. Good choices were made. I'm not going for that. That bridge is so tempting. Are you doing it, SoCal? No, he's going over the top. All right. Okay. I think it would be possible. I'm just saying. It's fun to try. Psych. Yeah, the clear skies tend to give some of the best results too, just because you're not caching in all of that weather data and you're not worried about the volumetrics of the clouds or any of that information. So this tends to be the smoothest operating that you can get out of the simulator. And again, we are on a 2080 Ti graphics card right now, if you haven't forgotten about that just yet. I am loving these graphic settings. DLSS all day, baby. And once you do optimize those DLS settings, the whole simulator just feels different. Oh, a little thunderstorm action. Look at you. Look at you playing. I like it. I like it. The contrast in all of these environments right now. Oh, yeah. So dynamic. And the fact that the two of us are flying and experiencing the same flight conditions almost simultaneously is nothing short of remarkable. Atmospherics. The white line over the top of the mountains and hill lines there on the left side. Yeah, I do get a little bit distracting, but again, because I have these settings set a little bit lower while I stream, I'm expecting that. It is not diminishing the experience at all. Once again, not going for the bridge. Nope, nope, nope. Skimming over the water. It's got great control. You get those control systems dialed in, your HOTAS is going to do you some favors. Once you learn about dead stick and sensitivity, you could even just kind of skip off the water. Even at a very high rate of speed. Excited to see what tomorrow brings because I have purchased my own 125 hoist. The company is alive again. How long you been flying chopper, SoCal? 3 months? Wow. You're telling me you only have 3 months of stick time at this point? And you're doing some canyon running right now? Any other, like, RC experience or anything like that? Or are you just picking it up just like that? Because this is some great flying, my man. Once we get Avalok Emery's back in here too, the bunch of us can have a whole bunch of fun flying around in places like this. Doing a pretty good job of keeping up with me. I obviously do not expect you to be typing at this point. You are just in the zone right now. But yet he keeps going. Nothing recent. Alright. I'm thoroughly impressed, my man. You're handling that thing like a champ. I enjoy the fact that I plan on doing like a 1-hour stream, maybe even 45 minutes, and all of a sudden we're just cruising around, having a real good time together. I enjoy every minute of this. Keith is back. Was having trouble finding you. It's not showing your name tags. I'm back at the airport. Well, good sir, we are nowhere near the airport that we took off from originally. Lima, India, Delta Mike Papa might be the closest thing ahead of us right now. We are cruising down the river. Leave that up a little bit for you. You might be able to jump a little bit ahead of us. I might go for another bridge run here as well because I am that guy. Boom. Sup? What's up? What? Yeah, I did that. That's fun to try. Good times. If at first you don't succeed, probably died trying. You can do an aerial deployment just about anywhere in front of us here, so even if you go into Lima, India, Zulu, Mike, David, that might get you there. We might even be able to take a stop there. I don't know about you, but I haven't checked my fuel at all in the last few minutes. We could be running low on octane at this point. I have no idea. I've been flying from outside for a hot minute. See another bridge coming, and yes, I am going for it once again. We're going to try to take the left side. Whoa, disregard that. Abort. Got a little squirrel. Top side. You didn't bring a chopper with you, did you? It's like tag at this point. You're it. Got room. I think we got room. I don't think we have any more room. I don't think we have any more room. I ran out of room. It turned me around sideways. It definitely gave me a little kick in the butt right there, for sure. Coming right back up on this, okay, right behind. Do you at least see the two of us on your EFD cruising up this river? At this point, I don't even see SoCal on my EFD. I don't know if it's because we're like so close we're overlapping. No, there he is. There, we're just close enough that we're overlapping when it comes to this far out. I do enjoy the fact that you can kind of push those limits and go under the bridges and give it a test and just kind of walk away from it, you know, because I just might have some issues in the real world. Helicopter flight control, trying to push my limits a little bit too far. Oh, is SoCal going for it? Nope, he likes to stay over the bridges. He's playing it smart. Very cool that you can see us on the nav. Right on. When you respawn in front, it's back to lights out. Now I'm just following a headlight. Of course, we push the envelopes more than a little. It's the nature of the beast. It's all about adrenaline when it comes down to it. Hospital helipad. I'm up about deuces. I see it. I see it. God, there's a couple of them. High lifter, I see it. I got you on screen, my man. Get back. Lightning off in the distance still. SoCal, are you seeing high lifter? I would assume that would be a yes. Ta-da! Welcome back. Yep, and yep. That is some amazing stuff right there. Yeah, check fuel. Not a bad idea. You know what I'm going to do is before I actually wind up going through your fuel slide. Woo! Someone's gonna turn on the lights, and I've got a little bit of a fuel spot right below. Let's go ahead and refuel for just 2 seconds. Now that we got everybody on board. Just set it down for just a second. I don't know where we're at in the stream so far, but I'm sure it's been more than just a 20-minute stream at this point. I'm gonna check my own fuel, if you know what I mean. Might need to do something like a fuel dump. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Fun section of the world is the truth, man, for sure. I quit literally feel about 10 times lighter right now. I'm just saying, SoCal, this has been a blast. I enjoy this 6 ways to Sunday, and you know, coming in and out of the career mode has its ups and downs, you know what I mean? But to be able to sit back and just kind of enjoy the capabilities of what this simulator has to offer in something like this, where the community is literally able to get together in real time. Just nose into it. This is nothing short of incredible. There's no comparing 2020 to 2024. This is where it's at. Sure, you were able to do stuff like this in 2020, but not with that level of graphics. Not with the career mode. Oh, and I do feel that wind getting tossed and turned around as we wind up in that same airspace. You know, that wake turbulence is absolutely a thing right now. Welcome aboard, welcome back. It's good to have you guys here. Helping me make decisions with my career mode. Haven't seen any benefit from those decisions just yet, but I'm pretty sure in the future we'll be just fine. SoCal's out there just cruising. Hammered down, baby. Look at the terrain that's happening around here. What? Wait if you want to. Wait if you have to. But I recommend 2024 to anybody. And thankfully there's no power lines because I would have been taken out of the sky a couple times right about there. You guys have your traffic turned on with the cars? Bridge. Not going under it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You can't force me. But we'll try to get a little bit lower to stay progressively closer to the ground here for those high tension lines. But yeah, you do. Awesome, man. I will say that originally I wanted a little bit fewer of the vehicle traffic on the ground just because, but I mean, it really does add quite a bit to the fun factor. You can start playing that Bad Boys song in the background, like, what you gonna do? Oh, I'm definitely not making it under that one. Oh, I was skipped all the way underneath that one. There was like a rock on the water. That was horrible. I should have never gone for that. Poor decisions were made. It is very difficult to see what's coming. Might need to tilt that camera up just a skosh. skipping on the ground again. I love it. I don't know what I'm trying to do except for get close to the ground because it's fun. But yeah, know thy limits. That's a no. That's a no-bridger. Pull off a Red Bull moment and try to like sneak onto the back of the truck while it's moving. Have you ever tried if the simulator simulates servo transparencies in the 125? No, sir, I have not. Great question, though. Have you? Servo transparencies. Oh, there were 2 cars side by side on that one. I'm going for this bridge. I'm going for it. Son of a, I did. Yep, see? Uh-huh. That's right. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Looks like we got somebody else. SoCal's caught up way up front. We spawned in a little bit further downfield. Either that or that man is just running and I'm getting some... Oh, I see what happened. I wound up way behind you guys because of the crash. It's alright, I got a gas pedal. No attention to the power lines. These are not the power lines that you're looking for. In the H125, there are 3 servos for the main rotor control. Yes, there are. They are asymmetric. 2 left, 1 on the right. If you displace the cyclic aggressive enough to the right and forward. Interesting. Very interesting. Essentially, the aerodynamic forces overcome the controlled power of servos. Interesting. That's some real world talk right there, brother. Love it. All I know is this thing's got some great handling, some great aerobatic capabilities. She moves with a purpose. we got a couple of them just cruising down the river right now. SoCal just out there on his own. Got places to be, people. I'm gonna make it. I'm making the bridge. Go for it, high lifter. Do it. You got it. Got it. You can make it. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. What? No river traffic whatsoever. Not a gondola anywhere. And I do have my marine set to ultra. Almost looks like a dam here. What's up, Krusty? Welcome back. How you doing, good sir? I love getting low down here. So, Captain, this is where we're at. We'll bring up that EFB for you. Probably going to be a little late to catch up at that Lima, India, Charlie, Quebec 7. We have caught back up to SoCal Jerry here in a hurry. Wow. Oh, I am out of control. Going down, going down. Yeah, too aggressive on the camera movement right there. Way too aggressive on the camera movement. Are you coming into sim, Krusty? Yep, there it was. You just get a little bit too involved, you know, reading a chat. Yeah, it gets to be a much. It gets to be much. Little vertigo might just be coming into play here. Incoming. Oh, man. We're gonna get 4 of us. EFB is up, my good man. Lima, India, Quebec, Foxtrot Golf might be the best location at this point, and what I'll do is actually start heading towards that spot as we speak. An avid volunteer fire brigade, burning it down. Trying to go under another bridge because that's what the fire brigade does. Oh, that's so tight. That's what she said. We're in a pretty dynamic little location this time around, too. Try to slow down a little bit. I can see that you guys are quite a ways behind me at this point. Got some houses in the middle of the highway right here. This is entertaining. We're doing a little toll booth collection right here. So I'm going to head over toward Lima, India, Quebec, Fox Golf. I got to go over the top of this ridge. Maybe even just in that general area if you want to fly in. I'll see you there in a second, Krusty. Nice, coming in with the bell. I haven't really got too much stick time in 2024 in the bell. I do enjoy the chopper, but for some reason, I've just been so stuck on career mode. I do like the bell. Look at the topography in this flippin' location. What? Whew. Hello, Governor. There is a lot going on down in there. Activating packages. Loading in 25 minutes. Just kidding. We're gonna have to turn around a little bit to get it. We're just gonna keep going. Maybe it's Lima, India, Papa Zulu Victor at this point. Make a little more headway up these mountains. If I just decide to take a little cruise down the side. Shall we? No, I've got company. I can hear him. He's going over, though. SoCal was like, nope, not having anything to do with it. I'm going over. This is never just gonna get old. It's just not. Gentlemen, welcome. Look at the dynamics of the lighting changing as you get into, wow, wow. That is just an incredible transition from lighting arrangements right there. The atmospherics in this simulator are nothing short of awesome. And then you come back out of those shadows and it starts to brighten it up a little bit. You get back into that fog. Yeah. Complain about 2024 if you want, but you're wrong. This thing is amazing. Do you guys have any experience in the remote-controlled version of Flight Simulator? Real Flight? Shortcut, SoCal, what you doing? Yeah, so they have a real flight simulator that is geared specifically towards remote-controlled aircraft that's been around for quite a while. And they actually give you like a 2-stick controller with it. That's another good time to fly on the down low too. You can do the helicopters in there or fixed wing, whatever your devices may be. But yeah, real flight. Something I was exposed to quite a while ago and haven't updated that or even flown it for that matter in quite a while. EFB, please, for 10 seconds. Up and out. Here we go. There you go, Krusty. Sorry for the delay. We're coming up on Lima, India, X-ray, Juliet. Oh, I have my assists on. Are you saying that you don't have your assists on? Because I do. I'm not afraid of it. I ain't ashamed. You kidding me? I want to enjoy this. Hardcore. kidding. Just see you popping in here. Are you going into the Lima India X-Ray Juliet? I don't want to get too far away from you. If that's where you're popping in, let me know. Go ahead and make a U-turn back towards that ICAO. That is not far away from the river that we're running. Let's go ahead and pop it up, gentlemen. What do you say? Let's go ahead and wait for Krusty. Go ahead and spin it around. Let's see if we can't pick up some crust. I haven't seen animals out here either. Not a one. Now watch, we go all the way back to this ICAO and he's nowhere to be seen. We go through the same issue we've seen before where they're in a server that we're not. They're on the pad. Alright. You're in the pattern. LIXJ. Pretty much what I'm looking at. Yeah, is the audio a little bit too loud on the music there? I get a little excited with the music every once in a while. It does add a nice dynamic to it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is pretty much the same thing we had done before. High lifter coming in. Krusty, how you going to appear online? Let's add you into the group. Now these generally aren't group flights, but this has been working quite well for us this evening. Considering the stream is already at the 4-hour mark. I don't know, man. It's been great. I don't see Krusty either. It has been super fun flying with all of you guys. Again, just super, super fun. Watching everybody come in and out of this is just nothing sort of amazing. How can you go wrong with this, guys? It's been such a pleasure flying with you. I don't want to dip out on Krusty, though. I just don't want to go there. Is that you, Krusty? Am I looking at Krusty right now? I can't see my name tags right now. But you do see us. All right, so Krusty, is this you that I'm looking at right here? Because I don't see any other aircraft on the field with us. Is that you? Where's the name tags at? I might have to get in the air real quick and just see if I can peek on your name tag. Let's see if we can't trigger it with a little bit of a group thing again here. See, yep, you're not in the current group. And I don't have you in this list yet. Let's add you in. Let it stall for a minute while it thinks about it. You see the TBN instead of the H125. Very, very, very interesting. So you see me flying, but my character is still on the ground. That's something that actually happens quite a bit. Try to put a little distance between me and you and see if the name tags catch up. What's interesting though, Krusty, is I don't even see you online yet. Did you accept that group invite? Let's make sure I got you in there again. I don't have you in yet. Not even in the current group. See if you can go into your settings and accept that group. Or, and this is something that we tried before, is if now I see that helicopter in front of me kind of getting off the ground a little bit. I'm seeing a little bit more reactivity from it. so we are at Lima, India, X-ray, Juliet. I see 2 aircraft on the EFB, but only 1 in sim. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to come out of this. Bear with me for just a second. I'm going to end the flight, and I'm going to come right back in. But we're going to come into Lima, India, Papa Bravo. Balzano. This is the area of operations that we should be in, right? This is where we decided to make our stand as a career in search and rescue. So we're staying in the homeland. Somebody else has control over the daytime besides me. That's not where I just took off from. Boo. Lima, India, Papa, Bravo. Lima, India, Papa, Bravo. See, I'm not even seeing any other aircraft online here. Look at all the helipads. Look at them all. All right, so who's got control over the group at this point? I've got Krusty in the group. We're going to invite him. Let's go back in. And even though I don't see you on the pad yet, we'll delete it. If I can work through this menu system here in just a moment. Set as departure, would you? Hello, governor. Wow. That took a minute. That was a lot. There's like a bonanza floating around. I got a bonanza floating around here. Lima, India, Papa, Bravo. There you go. I got the bell. There's the bell. Nameplates aren't coming through, but I do have the bell in front of me. So we're making progress again. Are you seeing me in sim? Your rotors aren't moving, but you are. Oh, we even got the bonanza in the air now. He's just popping in and out of daylight. This is happening. We got the flash card down here, the bonanza flash card. Yeah, SoCal, I see you both too, man. But the way that this guy right here is coming in is just epic. You see me, now you don't. You see me, now you don't. You see me, now you don't. All right, and people have called it voodoo before, but it really is a matter of finding these bugs out by kind of starting the situation over again, triggering different things to happen, and it's a method of testing, right? We're getting results by doing this. SoCal, lead the way, brother. You shall lead the way. I'm going to come out and just watch where you go. All right, you've got the lead. I don't have any name tags on that I can see. I will check one more time to make sure that they are on before we duck out. In the flight interface. See, for some reason that got turned off. All right, good. Resume. I should see you again. There we go. SoCal's in. Got another neighbor tag right here. Krusty's in. See, it's just a matter of rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat. It's not voodoo. It's testing. Dig it. Game on. Let's roll. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Man, if we can get the musical rights to something like some Limp Bizkit right now or something like that. I'm just saying. Jerry's just cruising. Sounds like there's another bonanza like right on top of me. Going river running. Yeah, of course I'm leaving your airspace, you fool. I am not even paying attention. ATC said what? I don't wanna. You can't make me. I think we got another bridge. You know I'm in for it. Maybe if I can get down, quick enough. Nope. Control C isn't working. I like how your rotors aren't even spinning.
SAR LE-241 November Sierra Oscar 8. 1-2 ATC services terminated. Good day.
Thank you very much for terminating services I do not require. And you just vanished. What a great way to finish up a long day in career mode. I'll never complain. Super cool to see more and more people being able to get involved in real time. Progress, progress, progress. Gotta remember, guys, Microsoft is able to push out some patches that you don't know about server side. Every time you load into the simulator, you just might be getting something new. I don't track it that closely, but there are things that are changing in this simulator very often. I love it. You can go from one world to the other. Just, yeah, I'm doing some river running. Now I'm doing some road running. And another toll booth. Got SoCal in an Asobo passive aircraft, generic piston, one engine. Yep, pretty sure that's not what he's been flying this whole time. And he does keep coming out a little bit like a beacon. Warning, warning. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Here comes Krusty sneaking up. I love the blinking SoCal Jerry. This is great. You're there, you're not there. You're there, you're not there. You're there, and you're not there. The one thing that is great, though, is that at least your name tag stays consistent, so I'm able to keep up with at least that. Krusty, on the other hand, up here, in the bell, is staying pretty consistent. His model isn't coming in and out. And I think even my aircraft sounds like a Bonanza right now. It's got like a mix of a Bonanza and a 125. Got enough lift to get it over? Career mode or not, it is always a good time to get into this simulator with you guys and fly around for a bit. Sincerely appreciate y'all being here, and like I said, once we open up this marketplace, I do fully intend to treat some of you guys to some rewards for all of the support you've given this channel over the days, whether I'm an affiliate, monetized, or otherwise, which I am not. I want to show the appreciation I have for you guys in one way or another, so we're going to take advantage of that little marketplace and get you some fun stuff to play with that you haven't had the chance to just yet, if that is something you need. I feel the need to give back. This channel reached 100 plus subscribers in under a month, and it was nothing short of amazing to me. It's still a little bit of a shock, and I'm just so grateful for it, monetized or not. Super cool to see like-minded people getting together. I think that bonanza sound that I'm hearing is SoCal. Because even though he's in and out, that's the engine sound I'm hearing. But he is definitely on flash. So I'm curious, what kind of an install are you working with? Yeah, I'm hearing them both too, but more so the Bonanza than anything. So Krusty, you're working on like a newer download of the system, but I'm wondering like how often have you cleaned your cache, SoCal? You working off of new data? As we fly through each other. Nope, you thought I was, but I'm not. No more bridges just yet. That wasn't close enough for my taste. It's like Christmas lights coming in and out. I love it. Error accessing live air traffic data. Okay, retrying. We'll see how this turns out. What's happening? Everything seems to be stable so far. I've got you in line of sight, no problem. This is not gonna get old, guys. Let's do some search and rescue up in here. Try to put a survivor into an area like this without a hoist. There we go with another error, accessing live air traffic data. Retrying. But I still got him in sight, pure and simple, no problem. They're not making me do anything. Except for restart my career. SoCal down there just chilling. Zippity doo-dah. These graphics are incredible. What an amazing experience. Yeah, it is. Without a doubt. Even though it says Bell, the closer I get to him, the more it sounds like it. But the whole time, man, you have to consider this as actionable data that you can send back to Microsoft, right? Recorded live. as it happens. You can't fake it. There's no editing. Even though it's very possible to still get, you know, the good old-fashioned thumbs up from your to be like, yo. Actionable data live in sim. Information that we can send back and forth and use to go further forward. I am all in. And here comes the sound again. And he's right there. SoCal right behind me, and I can hear that Bonanza screaming in on me. There goes Krusty. Without question. So the tow-in landing. Let's get an example of what a tow-in landing would look like in an environment like this. What if we had a survivor on a little itty-bitty ledge out here? Of course, as we do this, it's going to give me issues. But again, you have to realize how much topography it is trying to cache for me and everybody else in sim right now. So the tow-in landing, it's eating up the front of my helicopter right now. There you go. Okay. All right. All right. Terrain data might not be too terribly accurate at this point. Let's try some tow-in maneuvers. I dig it. Look at this. I can't believe this is happening. This is wicked cool. So a tow-in maneuver right now, I have the aircraft in a hands-free configuration. This is the H125, but I am hands-free. The only thing I'm controlling are my rudders right now. Right? So when it comes to a hands-free maneuver, what you want to do is really slowly bring this in to your LZ. Let's go a little bit further over here to the left even. And we're gonna left skid this right here. Hands-free. All I'm going to do at this point is use the fingertips to control this descent. collective mostly. Well, okay. Looks like my skids are gonna wind up going through the mountain completely. But you can get into a hands-free hover with this H125, right? So if you're in a spot where you want to do that, you can bring this thing down and control this hands-free, or at least fingertips, right? So when it goes to that cutscene, love it. It's just in the blinking bonanza. But when it goes to that cutscene, your aircraft isn't going to slide down the mountain as harshly as it could have if you were a full power down, like collective to the floor configuration. All right, you want to actually keep your collective up a little bit and be in a mostly hands-off configuration when you're doing those landings. And it becomes absolutely possible. I'm 100% hovering hands-free right now. That's just good times. Good times. Look at them. Look at them. I could do a rescue mission in an area like this. Hoist or not. Obviously, depending on the location, if they're further down the slope, but I am still just in a hands-off hover right now. So everyone that's screaming about trim on the 125, fly more than one variant. Because it's smooth. It's so maneuverable. And initially, I was pretty critical over their choice to use a helicopter that didn't have an SAS. But at the end of the day, I understand the decision on more than one level, because this was their freeware. This was not a payware aircraft that was brought out by HPG. This was freeware. Right, and that led you to the H145, which was a payware, H160, which was a payware. Oh, we got some animals. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's roaming on? Are these bison? You see them running up the hill? Anybody else see these? I'm gonna wind up crashing if I do that from here. Hold on. It looked like bison running up the hill. I think I took a picture of the forest. But they were here. There was a good 15 of them. Why there would be bison in this location? Yeah, not too sure about that, but there was definitely just a herd of bison around here. I love it. Do you see the bison at all? might be one of these trees down here. I'm gonna try to go hands off for just a second again and go back into my camera mode. See, and you can still see the camera kind of shifting at this point. That's a rock. I'll take a picture of that. I love the fact that your rotors are just still frames. Like, yeah, we don't need any lift. You didn't bring your chopper with you, did you? No bison by either of you. Alright. Did you guys catch them on my stream, or was that just an anomaly? They're still not even down below. The magical bell. It's the Tinker Bell. Aww. Oh, man. You've been streaming for a long time when you start to do references to Tinkerbell. I know, typing while piloting is hard. No doubt. No doubt. I'm super grateful to be able to be speaking to you all on a mic instead of a keyboard. But again, that's something that's in this system. We're supposed to be able to have like a voice to text sort of capability here. Do you have a mic set up on your system at all? What kind of view is this, though? With the disappearing bonanza. Hello, governor. It's so magical. Alright, so if you have a mic, in the settings, online, I have the voice chat input set, enable voice chat. Enable text to chat. Let's see what happens here. So I'm gonna turn some music down even further here. Let's see what happens with this. Since we're in a group, we should also be testing other systems within the simulator right now, right? So if we're in the same group and we have all of these same settings on, we should technically be able to hear one another, or at least be able to hear what you're saying converted to text. And of course you get the error accessing live air traffic data, right? But again, here's what I'm going to say about that is what I'm going to assume is that what's happening is actually it's my Wi-Fi speed that's causing that issue, at least on my side of things, because I am on a Wi-Fi network, right? And I'm not sure what your speeds are or anything along those lines, but have you guys moved your settings over there into the chat mode too? You can hear Jerry. All right, do I need to set this down and work this out? I love that SoCal is just blinking. Let's actually take a little bit of power off of this here. Let's go into a idle and let's see what we can do here. So if we go into the settings, online, I mean, I don't think there's much more I could do with the settings at that point. Checking 1, 2, Bob check, Ralph check, Mike check. One, 2. 2 to the 3, 3 to the 4. I mean, it's not like we're not standing right next to one another. And even out of the helicopter, he's still just blinking. I think we might call you Blinkin' Lincoln. But you still can't hear me, Krusty? Or is it just the stream? Yeah, okay, that could very well be the case too. Your latency is 250. Okay. But, okay, so let's consider this. If I wasn't streaming and we were in a group right now, I'm pretty sure something like that would be possible, which, again, we're going to dive back into the thought of once we get the capability of having more than one pilot in an aircraft, we'll be able to communicate with one another from pilot to co-pilot. And that's probably because of stream, though. But testing, 1, 2, 3, okay? These are all things that we can just make note of. They're on record. It's food for the future. Okay, so SoCal says, imagine in-flight refueling. Did you ever get a chance to use the third-party add-on of refueling in 2020? Because they had a third-party plug-in that you could put in there and you could do air-to-air refueling. Okay, so the group shows my mic is muted. Current group, SARS there. My mic has a just solid. Okay, usually if it's muted, it has like the X through it or something like that. But let's dive into sound. See, I had the music of the simulator turned down, but multiplayer voice chat is up. It will not let me change the value of this. I can't turn that up at all, which is intriguing. Mute audio in the background. I don't know if I want to do that. Disable all flight simulator audio when the application is in the background or loses focus. That's a no. Character voices, let's try to push those up. Havelock Embry waves while keeping... Yeah, I love it. Welcome back, Mr. Havelock Emrys, the gentleman who has gone through so much. We're back on the planet. Trying to work out some of the chat issues. Some people being heard, some people not. Interesting things are happening. I'm curious if also there may be a way to have to trigger that. So if, like in the controls, like radio style, comm radio. So this is keyboard settings that we would be working on. So let's go with comm radio of something like an, I don't know. Let's see what M does. Okay, so no conflicts. So let's go back and try that. Resume. If I choose that option now. Any difference? What if I'm back in the helicopter? So okay, the whole time I've been doing that now, I've been out of the chopper as well. No difference? Krusty's just still flashing. Oh, you better be careful, Krusty. You just SoCal just might wind up getting a little bit of a ticket back there for like flashing or something. You're gonna get hauled off to jail for being the flasher. Intriguing nonetheless. No change at all. Very, very interesting. I mean, even in the group settings here, in the current group, there's no real indication that any of us have our mics on or off. Everything is looking pretty good, right? Normally, if it's muted, you get that red line through it. Actionable consequences, people. I like it. So if I change this from stereo soundbar to something like headphones, even though I'm not wearing headphones, we'll also just continue to test. At this point, I don't even have control over my aircraft anymore, though, as I raise and lower my collective. That control is gone. You might want to put it into a flight ready condition. As a possibility. It's an option. Cross east, right? Here we go again with this. He's in the air and on the ground at the same time. Emery's and I saw this the other day when he was able to get in for the first time. Who's got the lead? The audio has changed pretty significantly, though. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but my audio has changed on my side significantly. I do still hear the Bonanza. And I like the abbreviation that you've given this, SoCal, as far as the Search and Rescue, SAR Heli 241 name, just to bring it down to SAR. Nicely played. Don't try to fly the Erickson turned around in the rear seat to see the load. You start flying like you're drunk, and it's a fun time recovering. The Erickson itself makes you feel like you're flying under the influence. The tail of that chopper has got a mind of its own. Absolutely. The hover capabilities of the Ericsson are challenging at minimal. Challenging is an understatement when it comes to hovering one of those. What I've found works, at least as far as my setup goes, is if I sit there and kind of give it one of these, a left, right, rudder input, like almost constantly, but just extremely slowly, right? You just want a little input, left, right, constantly. So those inputs are being managed, and of course, if you start to tail left or tail right, you give a little bit more compensation, but you always use some sort of input. You don't let your controllers go to a dead stick. If they go to a dead stick, the torque of the rotors take over, right? You want to have some sort of input on your controllers happening in the Ericsson at all times. So if I were to be in an Ericsson right now, I would be giving it this little bit of a wobble left and right with my rudders. Rudder pedals, I should say, right? And that sort of stabilizes that movement to a degree. But I will say that I'm currently hovering an H125 completely hands-free once again. Are you coming in Sim 2, Avery? This is where we are. Now, we've been talking about how long these streams have been going over the past few days here. And this one's been going for over 5 hours and we're approaching the 5 hours and 15-minute mark at this point without a crash. I did have a little bit of a freeze earlier on, but it wasn't a full system crash. Oh, you're engraving stuff in the workshop. Cool. Just got us in the background, something to listen to. I love it. Appreciate you being back, my man. Always good to see you. I really enjoyed the fact that we can see the two other aircraft sneaking up on us from behind. Ah, print, engrave, cut, assemble, yob. Oh, I know, my man. Believe me, I got a woodworking project in my garage that's waiting on some material. I'm working on a set of rolling drawers right now. That's going to be finished in the stone coat countertop epoxy that I'm a big fan of. And those are being sold to a customer of mine as well. Projects always being managed left, right, up, and down. As they say, life happens. Haven't gotten much into epoxy yet, but I did find a good finish for smaller projects. Cool. I've enjoyed the epoxy quite a bit. Actually wound up making my desk from scratch using epoxy. And again, not an affiliate or anything like that. Just another one of those products that I tend to believe in. Stone coat countertop epoxy. You're able to put all kinds of different metal flakes and different things inside of the epoxy to make it look like natural rock. You can even get into using stuff like Bondo to make a real rock edge before the application of the epoxy. And it truly does, at the end of it, look like a real piece of stone. Big fan of their products. Very cool, man. I love the creativity that you got going on. Super cool. And again, I'll go back to that statement. It's just like-minded people for some reason, just finding each other. I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of us being in this same space together. As infrequently as it may be, or seem. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I haven't used many oils or beeswax in any of my projects as of late either, but that creativity, brother, I love it. And then that tech side of you that was able to dive into your motherboard, Just good stuff, man. Major props to you. An author, you name it, it's there. Very, very cool. I hope you guys are following along in this live chat replay. If you haven't been here real time to dive into these conversations that we're having, but super cool stuff. Two of the next level racing flight sim pro co-pilots? What are you even doing? I love this. I can spell. On occasion. On occasion. You ordered one and they sent two by mistake. Yeah, I don't think that was a bad choice, my man. I think that was a pretty decent decision right there. I haven't got into the truck sim at all yet myself. I am specifically flight simulator. Trying to catch up to SoCal. He's just got the hammer down. That pedal is to the metal. Just blinking in and out. I'm so glad these power lines aren't real. The towers maybe, but the lines are not. And that has saved me a time or two again. I've been getting this issue a lot tonight. This is a new reoccurring issue. Error accessing live traffic data. That's a new one. Little toll booth in the middle of the river. It sounds like somebody is so close to me. There he is, Krusty. He's coming in. Yeah, that's a bridge that just says no thank you. We're just going to follow the blinking SoCal. And the no spin rotor crusty. How can you just not love this? You guys have caught up considerably ahead of me, but... Yep. Loving every minute of it. And this is all stick time, too. It's not like we're on an autopilot at any point in this mission. This is stick time. Nope, that's a no. Oh, I bit it hard. Yeah, I took the rotor into the tree. I did that. That was a me thing. So you guys think I like ducked out, all of a sudden you're up in the air like, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Don't worry, this thing catches up quick. That's something you didn't have in 2020 that you have in 2024 now. That recovery time is incredibly better. See, but I like having you guys out in front. I can see where I'm going and I can see you. Either way, I dyed the grass. This is awesome. I'm having so much fun with you guys out here flying around in these helicopters because it gets a little old flying the airplanes with other people in these fly-ins. Like, let's get into some rotorcraft. Yeah, check it out. It's SoCal blinking. It's the blinking Lincoln. Search and Rescue channel. What do we do instead? enjoy each other's company for a few hours. Give you some updates in the meantime. And crash. CTD. Don't. Oh, did I seriously just speak that into existence? I've gone black screen. It happened. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I am actually going to call it a blast and a ball, search and recovery, search and rescue, search and failure, search and success. No matter how you look at it, 2024 is winning, in my opinion. Avlock, thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate you. Good to see you again. SoCal, so much fun to play with you, fly with you. Great times. Krusty, everybody that has been involved with these videos, I just want to say my sincerest thank you. I am grateful. We will do it again. It's been a blast. It's been a ball, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's all. We'll see you in the next one.